Inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
The YMCA is just a starting line. For the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity in unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Gold and silver are extra shiny these days, with prices rallying to fresh all-time highs this week on escalating geopolitical tensions and prospects for more U.S. interest rate cuts. Gold's appeal has been further amplified in the last week by rising tensions with Venezuela, where the U.S. has blockaded oil tankers as it ratchets up pressure on the government of President Maduro. It comes after President Trump's aggressive move to reshape global trade, as well as his threats to the Fed Reserve's independence, which helped fuel gold bullion's bull run earlier this year. For Wall Street, the S&P 500 comes into this Christmas Eve trading day at a new all-time high, following a reading showing an unexpectedly strong 4.3% jump in July to September GDP. Today's stock session will be abbreviated, with the closing bell sounding 3 hours early, and with not much from the public or private sectors to help push the indexes one way or the other. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Picture this, you're on a date, and then bad breath happens. Confidence gone. Here's the truth. Most gums and mints are just bad breath Band-Aids, but not Zellman's Minty Mouth. The functional breath freshener you swallow. Tiny dual-action capsules with mint on the outside, parsley seed oil inside, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. It's only available online. Go to Zellmans.com, Zelmins, Zellmans.com, code FRESH for 15% off.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Riverwinds Restaurant, every table comes with a view. Overlooking the Philadelphia skyline and the Delaware River, it's the perfect backdrop for a date night, family celebrations, or just a night out with friends. Savor fresh seafood, sizzling steaks, handcrafted cocktails, and desserts worth lingering over. When the food is unforgettable and the view is unbeatable, you're at Riverwinds in West Deptford. Make your reservation today. Call 856-579-7900. 856-579-7900.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland. It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 2026 CR-V, a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Between email addresses, social media, apps, this, that, and the other thing, I can't keep track of all my passwords anymore. I've had to write them down on a notepad and store them in a safe place. I'm tired of having to reset my password and then get the verification email and then go in and change it. And then they tell me that it's not strong enough. Can you throw a few characters on the end? How about a money sign? Oh, don't forget the capital letters. It's got to be between 8 and 12s. There's too many consonants.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we have liftoff here. Merry Christmas Eve on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 6 a.m. over there in the Eastern time zone. I'm lucky. I'm an hour behind you, right? So you guys will get the whole Santa experience about an hour earlier than I do. It's pretty awesome out here. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on this Christmas Eve. We hope those of you who are joining us right now, we hope you're having a happy Christmas season, happy holiday season. And obviously, you know, with this station being out of Philadelphia and the terrible story yesterday out of Bucks County, the nursing home explosion. We'll try and get you the latest on that. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm out here in Tennessee. I don't know where the best place to get your local news and updates are for that nursing home explosion in Bucks County, but 2 dead. Thoughts and prayers with the families and the victims there. There was also an officer down situation yesterday in D.C., which was tough to hear. Obviously, always difficult when law enforcement's involved, and there's terrible stories as we head into the holidays. You know, there's no good time for this, but now it is a terrible time for this to happen. We're gonna have some fun this morning. We got a lot on tap for you today. Obviously, that nursing home story. Anybody has any updates? Law enforcement. Anybody listening has any credible information about it? You could call in and let me know. 855-839-1210, and we'll spread the word. Anybody needs assistance or anything like that, it's a good way to do it. 855-839-1210. We're going to get into this DK Metcalf story out of Pittsburgh because it is indicative of what I believe to be a very destructive thought process and school of thought that, and you know, it's hard to say politically where, you know, I don't know where DK Metcalf falls on the spectrum, you know, politically. He could be right wing, left wing, up, down, north, south, east, west, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian. I don't know. The problem that I have with this DK Metcalf story isn't even, I mean, obviously it's not really political, but it kind of is, right? Because the left, and this happened in another blue city not too long ago, where there was a guy and he got into a fight, and I believe there was either a stabbing or some sort of assault, and the charges were dropped on the assailant because someone uttered a racial slur. It's again, and I'm not somebody who uses racial slurs, and I have no, desire to it. That's not me. Even if it's being used as a quote unquote term of endearment, whatever. It's just like, it's not my cup of tea. But there was a story about this in December 7th. Somebody was acquitted in Portland of a stabbing after the victim of the stabbing said a racial slur following the attack. And so, again, this is not me defending the use of racial slurs, or this is not me trying to justify any behavior, right? Bad behavior is bad behavior, and I believe that wholeheartedly, right? I also believe that you should be held accountable for your actions. And you've already seen that out of DK Metcalf. But the left, how many times did we hear this in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination? How many times have we heard this over the last, let's say, decade? Words are violence. Words are violence. Because somebody says words that we don't like or somebody doesn't like, it gives that person who is offended by the words the justification to answer those words with actual physical violence. And that's unacceptable. And that is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thought process, a very dangerous modus operandi to bring into everyday life. This is not to say that words aren't hurtful. This is not to say that words can't be hurtful. This is not to say that if you are emotionally affected, impacted, disturbed, upset over the words that somebody chooses to use, that there's anything wrong with you. This is not to say any of that, right? I mean, I spend a ton of time on social media, right? Where people, I mean, it's all words essentially, right? Either someone's saying something in a video, someone's posting something on X, on Facebook, on Instagram. They're in my comments. They're getting nasty about it. But at no point in time, doesn't matter what anyone says on social media, at no point in time do I see somebody's words and go, I think it's time for violence. I think it's time to actually get violent and answer these people's critiques, criticisms, name calling, labeling, etc. with violence. That is, I can't say it's exclusively a left-wing way of doing things because, we've seen it everywhere, but that is just, I'll say this, it's not left, it's not right, it's stupid. And it's wrong. And so, whether it's this story out of Portland, Oregon, jury cleared a black guy of assault charges for stabbing a white guy after it was revealed that the victim said the N-word after the attack. How do you acquit somebody on that? Gary Edwards of Portland, 43 years old, found not guilty of second-degree assault after knifing Gregory Howard Jr. on July 7th. The verdict just came out about 17 days ago on December 7th. Edwards admitted to stabbing Howard Jr., but claimed it was in self-defense after the victim had used racial slurs. That ain't how it works. I guess in Portland, it is how it works. This is something that we're going to have to contend with now. Going forward, it's really sad that this is essentially going to become the norm. DK Metcalf is trying to do, and I say trying, we don't have all the details. We don't have all the details on the Metcalf story. But I think everybody has at this point seen the video of DK Metcalf in Detroit. And he plays for the Steelers, the wide receiver of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he walks up to a fan who's up in the first row, right on the sideline, and he punches him. Yeah, this wasn't, it's not like he knocked a few teeth out. It would be a simple assault. But he assaulted the fan. And he screwed himself over in the process, because it looks as if he's going to be losing about $45 million in guarantees. There were incentives in his contract, and he's in the first year of a 4-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But there were incentives in his contract for, good behavior, essentially. And he just, the incentives go away. All the guarantees disappear if he's suspended by the league. And DK Metcalf's suspension is for the next 2 games. He has been suspended by the league. He will lose all of those guarantees. And I would be shocked if he's on the Pittsburgh Steelers roster next year. I'd be shocked. Mike Tomlin's not a perfect person, but he's been the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers for 19 seasons. And, this year, they've been battling for the last couple of seasons, the Steelers. They've been battling late season collapses, underwhelming results, the lack of the ability to go deep in the playoffs. And this year, it kind of looked like middle of the season, maybe that was about to happen again. But there was going to be some sort of late season collapse again. Remember last year with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields down the stretch? It was like they just kept losing. They went out. They were bounced in the first round. This year, you have an aging Aaron Rodgers, a really highly paid defense. Kind of looked like the same thing was going to happen with Pittsburgh this year. And then they turned it around. It's a near lock that they're going to win the division. The Steelers are. They're showing signs that they may be able to at least make a little bit of a run in the postseason, and this happens with Metcalf. So he attacked the fan, and I don't care what the fan says to you, you can't do that, right? You just can't. The only thing look, I would be on Metcalf's side if all he did was yell at the fan and cuss at him. It doesn't, if you are in the NFL, it does not matter what that fan says to you. Don't touch him. That's all you had to do. You could have flipped them off. You could have yelled nasty comments back to him. Yeah, the league probably would have fined him anyway. For if he had, let's go ahead and say DK Metcalf, let's say DK Metcalf answered this fan's comments, whatever he said. We don't know what he said. Let's say DK Metcalf answered this fan's comments with a homosexual slur. Let's just say, right? Pick anyone in you bleep, whatever. And you'd hear, oh, it's insensitive. And then the league would come out and say, we don't condone that. That's bad. And they'd fine him. I would be here today behind this microphone in front of this camera. And I'd be saying, it's just words. Is it appropriate? No. Should he have done it? No. Is it the end of the world? No. And this was my position on, Trump and the Rob Reiner post. Last week, it became, the thing to do for a lot of pearl clutching over the Rob Reiner post. Again, I'm not here to tell you that I would have sent the post that Trump sent about Rob Reiner. I'm not here to tell you that It was in good taste. I'm not here to tell you that it was the right thing to do. I'm here to tell you that when it happened, I was like, I don't care. Oh, did you vote for this? Well, I mean, I didn't vote for that specifically, but I voted for Trump, and he, for, better or worse, does things like that. But what Metcalf did here, well, in Detroit, in this situation, is he attacks the fan. Immediately, you're in the wrong. Unless it's self-defense, you're in the wrong. He attacks the fan, and then he goes, well, the fan said, the fan called me the N-word. Listen, if the fan did that, the fan is a jerk. The fan's an a-hole. The fan could be banned from the stadium. Fine. You still can't touch him. You just can't. You're making millions of dollars. You're a professional athlete. You are held to a higher standard. And before anyone says, oh, that's unfair, he's a human being too. Why is he held to? It's in his contract. It was something that he, DK Metcalf, willfully entered into. In his contract, there were incentives to be a decent human being, to not get suspended by the league. And he did, in my opinion, the only thing that he couldn't have done was touch that fan. The problem that I have now with this whole thing isn't just that he attacked the fan, it's that he is attempting to justify it by saying, well, the fan called me a nasty name. And the fan used a nasty name to talk about my mother, whatever. And we'll get to all this, but I'm sorry. Somebody calls you a name, you don't have the right to physically attack them. You don't. It's not self-defense. It's not justifiable. Words can be hurtful. Words can be inappropriate. Words can have, a certain meaning in certain context. Fine. But to say that you were called a bad word, and so that's why you resorted to violence and attacked somebody and punched somebody and all of this. The problem I have here is the attempt to justify what went on. And it's not just Metcalf saying this. You've got Shannon Sharp. You've got Chad Johnson, who formerly went by the name Ocho Cinco. This is driving me crazy because if words are violence, and somebody, if we are now going to start setting the precedent, and if we are going to now start basically making it quote unquote okay to respond to words with actual physical violence, we're in for a rude awakening. In many ways, this is the same thing the left did after Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, he said hateful things. Oh, really? So are you trying to say that, the alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, had a point? Are you trying to say that, well, he had it coming to him because he said things you didn't agree with? Are you trying to say that if somebody echoes the same comments that Charlie Kirk would have made in one of his debates at you, that you could resort to killing them because you disagree? We do not want to wind up in that situation. And unfortunately, we're kind of heading that way. So we've got this, we got the Metcalf story. We've got this, tragedy out of Bucks County Nursing Home. Again, if anybody knows anything about that, you're all more local than I am out there, Bucks County, 855-839-1210. I welcome any and all. Obviously, please don't share information that isn't verified. I've got a couple of articles there from your NBC affiliate that we'll get to more of. It's very sad. 2 dead in a nursing home explosion in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. But we've got that. We've got the Metcalf story. James Boasberg, that judge. We got to do something about these judges. These judges are out of control. He wants to bring Trent de Aragua. Come on back in. Come on back in. Now, Trend Day Arago. Now it's Trend Day America. We can bring him back in. Saying that there's due process violations. Big time, by the way, yesterday. Huge news. Economic numbers are in. Huge economic numbers are in. We've got a couple stories about illegals with CDLs and more lunacy out of these sanctuary cities all around the country. We're going to get to all that this morning and more on this Christmas Eve edition of Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in right here on the greatest radio station in the history of the world, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll have everything and more as we continue on this morning. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve to all of you. Again, the number to call, 855-839-1210. Love to spend some time with you this morning on those phone lines. We will be ready to rock and roll. We'll lead with the nursing home story when we come back after this break. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by NordVPN.
Taking an invisible day may be just the reset you need if you're feeling overwhelmed. This is not about neglecting your responsibilities, but structuring a pause from external demands that allows you to reset. The idea is to go off the grid for 24 hours, spend time with others or by yourself outside your normal routine, stepping away from low-level stress to prioritize self-care. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's Marvin E. KANZE.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Ready to grow your savings and plant the seeds for a stronger financial future? With a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union, you can earn up to 3.05 annual percentage yield and enjoy flexible access to your funds. Or explore our competitive certificate and IRA specials to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
6:22 on this Christmas Eve morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company as we take you to 10 o'clock in the morning here on this Christmas Eve. 'Twas the night before Christmas. Think about it. I want you to think about it. It's the night before Christmas. We're going to be writing that poem a little bit later today. I do one every year, the night before Christmas. I've been doing that since 2020. This will be my 5th night before Christmas, Trump style this year. Hey, I guess for better or for worse, I don't know. It's the internet. I don't control whether or not these things happen. We put out a little video a couple of days ago. We called it Feliz Deportar, right? Happy deportations. My goodness, 800,000 views we did on TikTok. China, we love China. We'll see. The White House has been enjoying the Christmas Carol remixes that I've been putting up. So, "'Tis the Season to Deport 'Em" was used by Team Trump in the White House in a few videos. That was pretty funny. So we have this explosion. I guess it was a gas leak, according to NBC Philadelphia. According to preliminary reports, a gas leak may have caused the blast, which led to a massive explosion from police and firefighters from multiple counties. The incident occurred yesterday around 2 o'clock when PECO responded to a gas odor at the Silver Lake Nursing Home on 905 Tower Road. As PECO crews worked at the building, an explosion occurred, causing the first floor to fall into the basement, trapping people inside. That's just horrifying. At least 2 people were killed in the explosion and fire, while several others were either injured or remained missing. Yikes. It's terrible. Police initially believed a third person had died, but later said the victim was resuscitated at the hospital. God bless those doctors. A safety inspection from the Pennsylvania Department of Health found the nursing home was not in compliance with several requirements of the Life Safety Code. There's 174 certified beds in the facilities, has about 151 residents daily. According to Medicare.gov, a nurse at the facility told NBC 10 Philadelphia that there are residents as old as 95 years of age who live at that nursing home. That is terrifying. That is terrifying. When my wife and I were buying our house, we had it was listed. We have a fireplace, a gas fireplace. And I said to her, we are never using that thing. We're never even connecting gas. And she agreed. We're never even connecting gas to that thing. First of all, we got cats, and they would probably, as cats do, the reason why the term curiosity killed the cat is a cliche. I don't know how they would react to fire anyway. But I said, I don't really want to deal with gas. Because when something like that happens and you don't know whether or not your lines are in good shape, it could be devastating. So it's just so scary. It's just so scary, and it's so sad. We do have a call on the line. Bill from Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Let's go to Bill. Let's go to New Jersey. What's up, Bill?
Sean.
Good morning, Bill. How are you? Bill going once. Bill
Hello, Sean.
going twice. Hey, Bill. How are you? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base with you real quick about the shooting and the use of the racial slurs. I, like you, do not use racial slurs, but at the same time, don't you find it very hypocritical that there is rap music that's being played nonstop using these racial slurs? Nobody has a problem with it. I would like the judge to ask that guy who stabbed that guy how many times that day he listened to a rap song using racial slurs. He was okay with it. It's at a point where it's not the slur that's offensive. It's the person using it that people are melting down over.
No, I agree. And here's the problem, right? So if a word is a bad word, then out of the spirit of equality, then it should be a bad word for all of us to say, right? And then so we all shouldn't say it. I'm a free speech absolutist. Again, I'm not one of these people who says that let's all just use racial slurs willy-nilly. I think in order for us to be a kind and a decent society, we probably shouldn't, okay? There's no reason for it. I think if you have to resort to using racial slurs in an argument or a dispute, you've already lost the argument, right? So,
Absolutely.
so why even go, why even go down that road, right? But the problem, and this is what you're saying, like the problem that I have here is that now there's precedent, and it's in Portland, right? So I expect nothing, less than from Portland. But the precedent is being said is like, well, if you attack somebody and you're in front of a judge, you're in front of a jury, you're in court, and you're like, well, the reason why I did it is because that person called me the N-word. And they say, oh, okay, well, now I understand. It's okay to stab somebody if that happened, but it's not okay to stab somebody if that happened, right? That is not self-defense. You're not defending yourself. Your life is not in danger because somebody said a bad word to you. And that's my problem here, Bill, right? And you're right. You listen to some of this music, and you hear the terms that are used in some of this music, and there's always the argument, well, they don't mean it in a negative way. It doesn't matter. The subject matter of a lot of and it's not just rap, right? There's there's pop, there's country music where there's some suggestive things, and it's kind of not
real
great.
quick, Sean. Do you remember when Jay-Z was on Oprah about 25 years ago, and she asked him that specific question? Why are you guys continually using this word? And he had the most back-asswards answer I've ever heard in my life. He said, we're taking that word, taking the negativity out of it, and turning it into something positive. It will never be a positive word. It was a word used by slave owners hundreds of years ago. No matter how they try to twist it, it will never be anything other than an ugly racial slur.
Agreed. And again, if it's bad for one group of people to say it, it's bad for everyone to say it. And that goes for every slur. That goes for, if you use a homosexual slur, it becomes, well, you're demeaning gay people or whatever. But they can use it with each other. And I'm just looking at it. I'm going, guys, this is too, we're splitting hairs. This is too, with the semantics. Just if it's a bad word, don't say it. I mean, really, we don't need it. Doesn't need to be more complicated than that. But this Metcalf story out of Pittsburgh is just another example now where we're attempting to justify really bad behavior because somebody said a mean word. And I really don't want to wade into those waters, but unfortunately, we're already knee deep in them.
Yep. All right, listen, Sean, you and your wife, Brennan, have an awesome holiday. You rock and keep doing what you're doing, man.
Hey, thank you so much, Bill. Merry Christmas, and thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Bill from that was Bill from Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Yeah, again, and maybe I take it too far with free speech. Okay, I don't personally, but my position is, and there may be people who disagree, and if you do disagree, give me a call. Let's have a conversation about it. Right, 855-839-1210. And it's easy for me to say when it's not me coming under fire, in person, people calling me a name. But I'll say this, and again, this is not the same, but it's the closest that I can get at this point. If you follow me over on X at Sean SHAWN _Farish FARASH, or you could follow, you follow Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker, Don Stensland. I'm sure that you've seen, if you follow those guys, because you're on the radio, you could be a little polarizing. You have a take, somebody disagrees with it, they start calling you names. I could tell you, I have a buddy online. Well, we're friends in person too. He's a nice guy. He's a great guy. His name is Misfit Patriot. He's you may have heard of him. You may have seen him. He just uses whatever words come to mind, and that's his brand. And he says things, to people and about people that usually the recipients of those comments don't love. If you've seen his comment section, I mean, it is the things that he gets called on a daily basis is out of control. It's out of control. If you've seen my comment section on social media, some of the messages that I get, and I'm not trying to play victim here. I don't want sympathy. I'm just telling you. It's a nasty world. There are people who say nasty things, and it's worse when you're not in person because you can hide behind your keyboard. You can hide behind your screen. I mean, the amount of arguments I've gotten into on the X platform alone in the last month, and the things that have been thrown, the names and the slurs that have been thrown at me, it's unbelievable. But I look at that and I go, okay, those are literally letters on a screen right now. And am I going to let those letters on a screen push me to the point of wanting to put somebody's life in danger, or to assault them, or to resort to violence over words? Again, easier said than done. And words on a screen are a lot different than somebody saying something to you in person. And in the heat of the moment, and the emotions start running, and you're, in the case of DK Metcalf, you're playing football, you got the adrenaline and the competitive spirit, you're fired up. But again, just because somebody used nasty words at you does not give you the justification to resort to violence. It just doesn't. And we can really go down. It's a very slippery slope if we start to make that the standard. If we start making that the standard, and assault and stabbing and killing and violence becomes justified because somebody used colorful language at you, or a racial slur, or an ethnic slur, or a homosexual slur, or mean tweets, or whatever it might be. And I'm not trying to downplay this whole thing and say that that we should just live in a classless, tasteless society. I think we all should be better. But we're humans. We're not perfect. People are going to make mistakes. This fan, absolutely. I think this fan made a mistake. I don't know what this fan said with the DK Metcalf story. Nobody does. I have a friend of mine who, he studied all of the video that is available of the incident, and he didn't hear a racial slur. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. But this is the other problem now that we are, that we're going to be confronting in this Metcalf story. It is entirely possible. It is entirely possible that that fan did use the N-word, did use the C word to describe DK Metcalf's mother, and that set DK Metcalf off. Again, it doesn't justify his behavior. But how many times have we seen this in society? Over, let's say, the last 5 to 10 years, where somebody uses a slur, somebody, I don't know, is accused, let's say, of using a bad word, a racial slur, and falsely accused, might I add. And I'm not saying that's what's happening here. I'm saying I'm open to all the possibilities with this Metcalf story. I'm open to the fan having said it. Still doesn't give DK Metcalf the justification to physically resolve the situation, right? I'm also open to the fact that the fan didn't say it, and Metcalf is grasping at straws here and kind of doing this kind of Jussie Smollett type of situation. What this really does, if this can't be proven, DK is in a lot of trouble. If there is not definitive proof that this fan used the slurs or some sort of slur at DK Metcalf, again, it doesn't justify his actions, but if that can't be proven, that fan is going to become a very wealthy individual, and he's already lawyered up, and he's already denying that he said things. And of course he's going to deny it. And he could be denying it saying, well, I said it, but there's no proof, so I'm going to win. Or he could be denying it saying, I didn't say that. I got under his skin, but I didn't call him the N-word. I didn't call his mother the C word. But think about it. This is where we are. There have been so many, and it's like the Me Too movement also. People getting falsely accused of rape and sexual assault. The Jussie Smollett situation, the Bubba Wallace situation with NASCAR, where he claimed someone put a noose in his garage. It wasn't. It was something that pulled the garage door down. They dispatched the FBI over that. How many How much more of this? I mean, because what you're doing is you're hurting the people who are victims of actual racism. Because now it's like the boy who cried wolf. How do we know when it's actually a real example, right? I don't like where we're headed. I really don't like where we're headed. And I don't know how to reverse course. I don't know how to reverse course other than, to get back to the old sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can't hurt me. And that's not to say that if somebody uses nasty language or calls you a name or calls you a slur that you can't be upset about it. You absolutely can be upset. Everybody's different. Everybody processes things differently. Okay? I know people who have quit social media because it's too much. It's too much for them. They don't like the environment. They don't like the toxicity. It's bad. There's a difference between being emotionally upset and annoyed and just disturbed by language and then taking that next step and resorting to violence. And unfortunately, it's a simple assault. He didn't kill him. The guy's life wasn't in danger, but what DK Metcalf did was uncalled for. I don't care what they called you. You can't resort to doing that. We will get to more from that Metcalf story when we get back. If you have an opinion or any other details to share about that, anything on your mind here on this Christmas Eve morning, 855-839-1210 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We will wrap up hour one in just a few minutes. On the other side of this break, we're talking Metcalf. We got the updates. Anybody has updates on the nursing home tragedy in Bucks County? We've got that and so much more to get to this morning. You're listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on a fairish Wednesday, but it feels like a Friday. Merry Christmas Eve. We'll be right back with more after this.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
This Christmas, unwrap the magic at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Discover diamonds that dazzle with the 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. And of course, there's the cozy difference, where every piece is a masterpiece. Make this holiday unforgettable with a gift from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Visit us online at cozyjewelers.com. Visit us today and let the 5 C's of cozy light up your Christmas.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA. PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
It's open enrollment time at Penny, PA's official health insurance marketplace. Already enrolled through Penny? Plans and prices change every year, so update your info, shop for plans, and stay covered. Don't have coverage? Visit Penny.com. Plans cover a wide range of medical services and free preventative care. Plus, we're here to help. Enroll today. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars. Because you're worth protecting.
Dawn Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.644 on this Christmas Eve morning. Merry Christmas to you. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rocking and rolling on this Christmas Eve morning. We're talking about this wild story. DK Metcalf, 855-839-1210 if you want to join in. DK Metcalf assaulted a Lions fan, and the debate now is raging over whether or not the fan called DK Metcalf the N-word. Listen, even if the fan did that, it is still not okay for Metcalf to do what he did. For those of you who didn't see it, Metcalf wound up kind of right by the first row. He approached a fan, got in his face, and then punched him. Look, this is the problem here is that we are being told, gaslit, and it's being force-fed to us by the left that words are violence. Words are violence. Words are violence. It's like that scene out of Star Wars, right? Obi-Wan Kenobi tells the stormtroopers, "These aren't the droids you're looking for. Words are violence." And it's not true. It's not true. This is this is bigger than DK Metcalf losing his cool. This is bigger than that story out of Portland where an attacker, an assailant, was acquitted of all charges because his victim called him a racial slur after the attack. It's bigger than all that. This is an ideological issue that could very well result in getting people very hurt. This social justice movement that we're seeing, and again, this is not, I don't want anyone to take this out of context and be like, oh, Sean Farish is justifying the use of racial slurs. That is not what I'm doing at all. I'm not coming out here and telling you that I believe people should just be throwing that word around or any of those words around willy-nilly. There's a reason why I have a problem with people like Myron Gaines essentially being considered a conservative and a part of the quote-unquote MAGA movement or the right. I think he's a reprehensible human being. I think he's a garbage human being. I think the conduct that you saw him, displaying at AmFest, demeaning women and calling them fat Jews, and it's really terrible. Again, I mean, they're words, right? So we have to just kind of get over it. We can condemn it. We can criticize it. We can disavow that behavior. But I think what we're seeing here now, the larger problem and the issue that I'm afraid of here and that I'm nervous about is this Words equal violence. This putting it on the same plane, putting it on the same level. The left is doing this. Racial slurs and physical attacks. They're not the same thing. They're not. Neither is an okay thing to do. Neither is behavior that I would deem acceptable. Okay? But that does not mean that they're the same offense and that the seriousness of the offense are sitting at the same level. That's not what it means. Somebody uses a nasty word. That's not the same thing as somebody punching you in the face. Can we agree on that? Well, most logical people, most sensible people would agree on that. Yeah, okay. That person called me the N-word. That person called me the C-word. That person called me a nasty word that's a slur for Jew. That person called me a nasty word that's a slur for white. That person called me a nasty word that's a slur for a Hispanic person. Fine. Not okay behavior. But at the end of the day, the only thing that person hurled at you was a sound. A sound that came out of their mouth. And again, I know this is an easier said than done situation. Well, you don't have people calling you words like that to your face. I don't. You're right. I don't. I'm not a professional athlete. I'm not at the point right now of my career where if I walk around, everyone knows who the hell I am and they start chanting this, that, or coming up. Sometimes it happens at the supermarket. My wife thinks that's hysterical. We'll be at the supermarket and we were at Costco one day. This was really funny. We were at Costco one day. I was going down, we were going down one of the aisles. And we see this guy at the end of the aisle. He sees me. He just starts making a beeline. And I was like, oh, here we go. Right? This is either a good guy or a bad guy. And he comes in. Are you the guy who does Trump online? We love you. Can I take a picture? My wife's going to. I was like, oh, yes, we're all good. But, not in one of these situations where, we're getting heckled everywhere we go. And, there's a little bit more to this DK Metcalf story, which is very interesting. And we'll see, where this goes. But again, it's my problem with this whole thing is the attempt to justify the bad physical behavior over words. It is not acceptable. It is not right. And people should not be rushing to the defense of DK Metcalf to go, well, I get it. I kind of understand it. Because there is no understanding it. You have to be better. And this is not just that, oh, you're a professional athlete, you have to be better. Everyone should try to be better. Everyone should try to, oh, what'd you just call me? You call me a nasty word? F you too. I'll answer your words with words. I'll answer your slurs with verbal attacks. But to escalate and take it one step further, where you're answering words with actual violence, it's an issue. Listen, words can absolutely incite violence. Words can absolutely inspire violence. We've seen it. But words are not violence. They aren't. And we should not be treating them the same way as physical violence. But unfortunately, this is what we're seeing going on around this DK Metcalf story. We've got a clip. It's Shannon Sharpe and Chad Johnson. It's a long clip. We're not going to play all of it. But I want you to hear, because these two men, Shannon Sharpe and Chad Johnson, formerly known as Ocho Cinco, are attempting to justify what DK Metcalf did. Let's roll this clip with Sharpe and Chad Johnson.
Yeah, I'm just I got word. Obviously, I'm not condoning, putting your hands on the fan or punching the fan, but he did call him a racial slur. He called him the N-word, and he did call his mama. And I think with those words being exchanged and the fans saying that, I think that's where the action, occurred, where he threw. I think he threw a punch. I'm not sure if he connected or whatever, but he did call him the N-word, and he called his mama. I guess
the C word. Just say the C word, Ocho.
Oh, my bad. That's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's terrible.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, okay, but yeah. He did that. So he called him the N word and the C word. That's a bad combination. A bad combination, right? And it caused DK to react. I'm sure he would have to deal with some type of discipline. You know how the
Yeah.
NFL is. No matter what, no matter what's said, they want you to be able to control yourself in that situation. But I understand. I
I
understand.
agree. Because that's not. I think the guy was giving his side of it. He said all he did was call him by his government name, and I'm like, I'm
Man,
sure
stop.
a lot of people called him by. He's heard his government name called before.
Right.
I said that's a strong overreaction for someone to call you by your government name, and then you act like that. So I didn't put a whole lot of credence into that.
No.
I'm sure somebody that was close by would have heard what he said. It's going to come out. It's
Yeah.
going to come out. I'm sure those fans, because at the end of the day, hey, we're all Detroit Lions fans, but more times than not, when you're wrong, fans will normally come, whether it's a visitor or not.
Mm-hmm.
If fan gets out of line, fans normally can say, nah, that's not what was said.
Yeah.
You said this, this, and this. You
And-
did this, this,
yeah.
and this.
And matter of fact, another reason why fans are going to come out, especially Detroit Lions fans, they're not going to allow one fan to make
Right.
the rest of us look bad. They're not going to allow that. Listen, whatever he said, we ain't got nothing to do with that. We don't feel like that. Now, he might have been drunk out of his mind
Right.
and said some things that he's probably going to come back and apologize for. But if I'm not mistaken, they got sound that can catch everything in that stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, especially sitting that close to the sideline. Now, I'm sure it will come out. It probably will. And I guarantee you one thing about it, as a player, you're not going to lie about what somebody said. Because in order for somebody to catch your attention, for you to walk from the sideline all the way to the back,
and that's what I was saying.
that ain't no government name, Monk. You know goddamn well. But hold on, you said what? Let me holler at you for a little minute, man.
It's
You get to a point in time in that clip, and the full clip is on social media. But Chad Ochocinco, Chad Johnson, comes back and a little bit later in there says, "I understand." At the beginning he says, "I'm not condoning you putting your hands on a fan," but a little bit later he goes, "I get it. You get it? So you do condone him putting his hands on a fan. So you do condone the behavior. You've created an exception for the behavior. You've created a justification for the behavior. No, it's not acceptable." And you know what? The Pittsburgh Steelers, the folks who drew up that contract and put those clauses in there where if you're suspended by the league, you lose millions, tens of millions of dollars in guarantees. They knew something was about they knew it was a risk. They knew it was a risk. And Metcalf is a super competitive player. He's a good player. He's a fiery player. He's an emotional player. He has that kind of reputation. But they knew it. They knew it was a risk. Combustible is the word that comes to mind. No matter what these fans say to you. And listen, I'm a Jet fan. I've heard, now we were up in the third, the third deck, right? Upper deck. And the players couldn't hear us up there, even though we thought they could. But I mean, I've heard some pretty nasty things said about football players at these football games. But these players can't let that get to them to the point that they're physically retaliating. Can't do that. You just can't do that. And the attempt here to create the justifications, again, that's the problem that I have. That's the problem that I have. It is not acceptable. It is not justifiable. It is not something that you can rationalize. No, Chad Johnson, no, Shannon Sharp, you don't understand. You can't sit there and say, oh, well, this is, I get it. He called him you heard what Johnson said. Oh, well, it was a combination of bad words. That's what he said. A combination of bad or a bad combination of words. A bad combination of words. And so Metcalf is punching the fan? And you're going around the circle there in that conversation. You're chasing your tail and you're trying desperately to arrive at the point of, well, I guess, when you put it like that, I I get why he would be mad. Oh, no. I get why he'd be upset. And I'll tell you this. I'll say it again. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. If that fan, whether he used the N-word, whether he used the C-word, whether he told DK Metcalf to go F himself, whether he told him that he's a bad football player, whether he said anything. If Metcalf had just mouthed off to the fan, told the fan to go F himself, called the fan a nasty name, told the fan that he's whatever, I would be saying the exact same thing that I'm saying now about that fan. Whatever. Okay, the league fined DK Metcalf. Sure, it's not a good look for players to be mouthing off and using colorful language in the direction of fans. Fine, no problem. I would be saying, who cares? Who cares? Because it's just a bunch of words. I would even look at it and say, you know what? I'm sure Metcalf deals with all this heckling and these players deal with all this heckling. So what if they want to mouth off at the fans? So what? Again, I'm not saying it's something we want to see, but who cares? At the end of the day, they're words, they're harmless. It's an incident and it's over and done with. But this is different because he put his hands on somebody after they used words, and we don't know what words he used. You heard Johnson and Sharp going, well, there's sound. You can pick up every sound that's made in that stadium. Well, we should, and I'm not saying DK Metcalf's lying. What I'm saying is we will get the proof if he used that language. And if he didn't, then Metcalf is in huge trouble. Legally, and in the court of public opinion, he's in huge trouble. All right, hour one is done. We are on to hour two, and we will be back to kick off hour two. We'll keep going with this conversation about Metcalf and the words are violence crowd. Get in on the conversation, 855-839-1210. Love to hear your take about it. It's Sean Farish filling in for Kayal Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're back right after this.
Yo, Philly, Ike Reese here. You know I love this time of the year. Football, family, and plenty of tasty cakes. I'm talking about those limited edition flavors. Those Frostbite donuts, fire. And don't even get me started on the mint chocolate candy cakes. Elite snack status right there. Perfect for tailgates, parties, or just kicking back after a Birds win. So grab your winter tasty cakes before they're gone, and you know the rule, accept no substitute.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
With holiday chaos around every corner, the minute you step into your BMW, you're in control. The BMW X3's adventure-ready agility is built for wherever the holidays take you. The effortless power of the X5 makes it easy to take on the season, and the iconic 3 Series is an exhilarating escape. The BMW Road Home sales event on now. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgated holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. You can save $3 on 1.7-liter bottles of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, along with Tennessee Honey and Fire. Also take advantage of additional holiday savings with $2 off Gentleman Jack 750s and the new Jack Daniel's Coca-Cola Variety 6-pack of ready-made drink cocktails in a can. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores this holiday season. Celebrate responsibly.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Hour 2 underway here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in on Kayal Company. Rocking and rolling here, 7:04 in the city of brotherly love, right? The city of brotherly love. We didn't do very well in the city of brotherly love. They booed me. But that's a term of endearment when you think about it. They love to boo. They love to boo. They call them the boo birds, right? They call them the boo birds. The city of brotherly love. Think about it. We're here at 7:04. We're talking about this DK Metcalf story. Just bizarre. Can't assault the fans. You can't do that. You have to be better. You got to have thicker skin. You got to have the ability to be the bigger person. And I know it's easier said than done. And I'm not saying that, the words that people say, are always nice words. We can't be that naive either. But this attempt to justify violent behavior over being called a nasty name, it's not going to work. So DK Metcalf made a huge mistake. And this is a story. It's a wild story. Let's get into some of the details. DK Metcalf was suspended for the final 2 games of the season. That he appealed that suspension. The suspension was upheld, and he lost $40 million in guarantees. $40 million in guarantees after he punched a fan. After he says he was called the N-word. Ryan Kennedy, the Lions fan involved, denied using any racial or misogynistic slurs. I want you to think about this. If it cannot be proven that this fan used that word, by the way, if it is proven that this fan used the words, it doesn't, again, as we said a number of times, it does not justify the behavior that Metcalf resorted to. It just doesn't. But if it can't be proven, this is going to get even worse for DK Metcalf. This is going to get even worse for DK Metcalf. Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf is set to lose more than $555,000 in salary following a 2-game suspension, and the punishment could also void tens of millions of dollars in future guaranteed money, all while accusations swirl over what was said during a heated exchange with a Detroit Lions fan on Sunday. The NFL suspended DK Metcalf 2 games for what it describes as conduct detrimental to the league after a physical confrontation with a fan during Pittsburgh's 29-24 win at Ford Field. The incident occurred in the first half when Metcalf appeared to grab and shove a fan leaning over the front row railing. According to the contract language reviewed by CBS Sports, Metcalf's 4-year, $132 million deal includes a clause that voids guarantees if the player is suspended by the league. You got to ask yourself, why was that language put into the contract? Not everybody's contract has that type of clause. Why was that language put into this player's contract? Did Pittsburgh know that this was a possibility? It sure looks like it. That's not to say you shouldn't sign them. It's not to say you don't give people a chance. But it's kind of like they knew what they were doing or what they were getting themselves into a bit. The suspension immediately cost Metcalf more than $555,000, $500,000, and voids at least $45 million in future guarantees. Just like that. All he had to do is not touch that fan. I don't think Metcalf gets suspended. I don't think Metcalf gets suspended if he yells back at the fan. I don't think Metcalf gets suspended if he says a slur back at the fan. I don't think Metcalf gets suspended if he flips off the fan. I think the only thing that would have led to this suspension is him physically touching that fan, and that's what he did. That's the one thing he had to avoid. The one thing he had to avoid. The one thing he could not do was putting his hands on that fan, and he did it, and now he's trying to justify it, and that's even worse now. This voids $45 million in future guarantees, including his previously fully guaranteed $25 million for next season. He had a fully guaranteed salary. He was going to make $25 million next year as long as he didn't touch the fan. And what did he do? He blew it. He could still earn the money, but it's no longer protected by contractual guarantees. Metcalf appealed the suspension. The suspension was upheld. As the financial fallout becomes clearer, the dispute over what sparked the confrontation remains not totally clear. Ryan Kennedy, who was the Lions fan involved, denied using any racial or misogynistic slurs. In a statement released Monday by Head Murphy Law Firm, Kennedy, quote, categorically denies using the N-word, the C-word, or any racial, misogynistic, or hate-based language during the incident. Attorneys Sean Head and Sean Murphy said the allegations are completely false and claimed Kennedy has since received harassment and threats online. There are now people who believe that this fan is a racist, a misogynist. His name is out there. He's receiving harassment. He's receiving threats. Again, those are all words too, but these are things that, look, if you're going to make, in this day and age, the accusation of racism, racial slur, et cetera, you better be able to back it up, because accusing somebody of doing that comes with some very serious consequences in the year 2025. Kennedy told the Detroit Free Press that he called Metcalf by his full name, Kayal Zacharias Metcalf, which he said led the receiver to approach him and grab his shirt. Quote, I called him that, and then he grabbed me and ripped my shirt, Kennedy said. The Lions confirmed Kennedy was not removed from the game. Now, in the clip we played for you last segment, you heard Shannon Sharpe saying, look, someone's going to come out and say what he said. Someone's going to come out and say, and the truth is going to come out. I mean, it is Wednesday morning. Okay, this happened, on Sunday? Is that when the Steelers and Lions played? December 21st? Yeah, I think that was Sunday, right? December 21st? Let's double check that. December 21st was Sunday. So we had Monday, we had all day Sunday after the incident, you had all day Monday, and you had all day Tuesday. And there has been nothing thus far that has come out to reinforce or back up the idea that this Lions fan, Ryan Kennedy, used a racial slur. A video posted to Instagram by Kiefer Kennedy, who was seated nearby, shows fans calling out to Metcalf as he approached the stands. The audio does not clearly capture the exchange. The video was captioned, quote, "Kayal does not like being called his government name." Others have received different accounts. On the Nightcap podcast, former NFL receiver Chad Johnson said he was told Metcalf was called a racial slur and that Metcalf's mother was insulted. Quote, he called him the N-word, and he did call his mom a C-word. Folks, the level of certainty that Chad Johnson is using in that clip, and we played it, he's acting as if it absolutely happened. We don't have that proof. And that is extremely damaging to the reputation of Ryan Kennedy, if indeed it can't be proven that he said these things. Because now you have it being repeated on podcasts with hundreds of thousands of listeners. This Shannon Sharpe, I don't listen to it, but he's a popular voice in the NFL community, as is Chad Johnson. You're saying, hey, this fan said something. That's what caused Metcalf to react. And again, the statement made by Chad Johnson is there. This is the essence of the problem. That's a bad combination of words, and it caused DK to react. No, even if he was called the N-word, that does not cause him, that does not give him justification. Stop trying to make this okay. It is not okay. Pittsburgh head coach Mike Tomlin declined to comment after the game, saying he had not yet spoken with Metcalf. A source also told ESPN that Metcalf had prior issues with this fan, Ryan Kennedy, dating back to games played in Detroit while Metcalf was with the Seattle Seahawks. Now, that makes things a little interesting. Is this guy like a professional troll? I don't know. But the fact that we are here, the fact that we are accusing this fan of using a racial slur, the fact that we are accusing a fan of using the N-word, and you would think, being this far removed from the incident, that somebody, somewhere, or something would have surfaced to back up the claim that this fan used a racial slur. Now, here's a possibility. The fan didn't use a racial slur. You're in a football stadium. There's tens of thousands of people screaming their heads off. It's an important game for the Lions. It's an important game for the Steelers. You're in Detroit. Is it possible that this fan did only call DK Metcalf by his government name? Is it possible that Metcalf misheard him? I guess. But the point of the matter is you can't put your hands on the fans. That's where we always come back to. It doesn't matter what the guy said. If he's saying things, if he's hurling insults at you, if he's hurting your feelings, if he's driving you crazy, I mean, you have the resources to do something about it. You have the resource. You could tell somebody that there's a fan that's not just being like annoying, but being disorderly and maybe violating the terms of the agreement that, when you purchase a ticket, you agree to when you go to an NFL game, and you can have security address the guy and either move him to another part of the stadium or kick him out. I mean, this is It is unacceptable that it rose to this level. And the amount of justification that people are trying to use here, well, if he did say that, I could see why no, you cannot see why he punched the fan. Again, if Metcalf had just mouthed off back to the fan, if Metcalf had thrown a slur back at the guy, I'm not going to say it's great behavior, but I would say, I don't really care. I don't really care because they're just words. The fan got a rise out of Metcalf. Metcalf got a rise out of the fan. Words were exchanged, and that's where it ended. But now what DK Metcalf has done is he's really put himself in a corner. If he can't prove that this guy used those words, he's going to get sued into oblivion by this Ryan Kennedy. Maybe that's what the guy was after. Maybe he, you see the reaction to the video when if you look at the video on social media, Metcalf puts his hands on him, punches him, and the fans acting like, yeah, I got him. I mean, was he really looking for that? Did he really want to get smacked? Did he really want to get punched? I don't know. But the fact of the matter here is, no matter what happens, no matter what somebody says to you, if you're an NFL player, you don't put your hands on the fans. You don't do that. You can't do that. And DK Metcalf is going to be learning that lesson the hard way. He just lost out on $45 million of guarantees. All because he did the one thing you couldn't do in that situation. Because he got suspended by the league over it, and that voided those guarantees in the contract. All he had to do, he could have done anything. You just can't cross that line. Now, I don't know who's telling the truth in this situation. I'm not sure if the truth is somewhere in the middle. But I think it is going to be awfully difficult to prove for DK Metcalf that this guy said what he is saying that he said. And if that's the case, and they can't prove it, then we're going to have, then Metcalf is going to be in some more legal trouble. When we come back, we're gonna play. Speaking of this racism and these nasty words, we're gonna get into Nurse Ratched, Jasmine Crockett. She's firing off some insults and some criticisms of J.D. Vance, crying racism again because it's the one thing that the left is extremely good at. It's playing the victim. So we're gonna do that when we come back, and then I've got a very interesting question for you. Regarding social media for children. We'll get to all that and more right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Merry Christmas. It is Christmas Eve. If you want to get involved, 855-839-1210. Sean Farish filling in for you here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for Kayal and Company. We're back right after this.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that if your old water heater conks out from Aunt Gail's 2-hour showers this holiday season, or your decorations keep tripping the breakers, well, then everything falls apart. That's why you can count on Horizon this season for 0% interest financing on installs, plus a plumbing or electrical inspection for just $99, so we can address any clogs or hums ahead of time. And as always, we're here to help with same-day emergency service, even on holidays. Book today at horizonservices.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Does the world seem like it's just gone insane? I mean, bat crap, crazy, insane? I bet you think it does. Everybody seems to have lost their mind. Well, it's Christmas. I'm Eric Erickson. It's time to actually get up to 50,000 feet and look down to see the forest from the trees. What really matters? Why does it matter? And how can we process the insanity around us and use the Christmas story to do it? Listen Christmas Eve at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7:24 on this Christmas Eve morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal Company, but it's not Kayal Company. It's actually Sean Farish, and we are joined by my wife, Brennan Farish, on the on our second mic here. Here we go. There she is, right there. Which not on camera.
This is my radio debut.
She does not. You don't want to be on camera, right? You prefer not to be, but she is here. Heard and not seen.
That's right. The opposite of what normally is said.
That's it, right? Usually it's seen and not heard, but we are joined. She's making her radio debut, so there she is. Brennan is here, as you will have a voice to the face and to the name in the YouTube chat. There it is. And we'll continue on here. We have a caller on the line, Richard from Northeast Philadelphia. Let's go to Richard. What's up, Richard?
You know, I've been listening about this DK Metcalf situation, and I come to one conclusion, that the three main groups with the highest sensitivity to verbal abuse are blacks, Muslims, and Jews. Because you can't basically call them anything. As a matter of fact, you can't even name a Jew because they try to hide their names with changing
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by you can't name a Jew? What does that mean?
In other words, if you notice, instead of, let's say, anti-Semitism,
right?
Anything that's said that even comes close to anti-Semitic to react to, instead of trying to fix the problem, why that exists, they they try to suppress your talk about it. In other words,
I agree with that. I agree with that to an extent, right? I agree with that to an extent. For example, like criticism of Israel and foreign aid and our relationship with them, that I don't believe that's anti-Semitism. But calling a Jew the K word, I would say, is anti-Semitism. I would say criticizing.
But is anti-Semitism a reason to censor and block talk?
No. Nope.
No, but
absolutely
that's
not.
being done.
I don't want censorship.
Done.
I don't want censorship. And I oppose that. I totally oppose that, 100%. But
all I'm saying is
there is anti-Semitism, right? It does exist, just like all racism exists,
well,
right?
Excuse me. What is anti-Semitism?
It's very clear. Like you do not like Jewish people for the fact that they're Jewish.
Do you have
That's
to like Jewish people?
No, you have to respect everybody. That's what you have to do.
Why do people dislike Jews?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Isn't it something they did or are doing?
I don't think so. I don't think it's something that they're doing or that they did.
It doesn't come out of thin air. All of a sudden, everybody.
So let me ask you a question because I think here, Richard, I think we're getting to the meat of the situation. Why do you think anti-Semitism exists? What do you think the Jews are doing?
Because certain groups of Jews do bad things to people, and people hate them for it.
So are you but are you justifying people hating them because certain groups of people do bad things? There are white people that do bad things. Should we should myself, my wife, as a white person,
anybody calling somebody anti-white because they do bad things?
I get called stuff all the time. Yeah, I get called stuff all the time.
Does it bother you? Does it bother you?
It's
you
words.
can
I don't really care.
call me anything you want. I have enough feeling of self-respect as an individual.
Okay.
That means
but my
nothing
question is, you just said that anti-Semitism doesn't come out of thin air. Do you believe it's justified for people to be anti-Semitic? Yes or no?
Let me ask you this.
No. Why don't you, Richard, just answer that question first. Do you believe it's justified for people to be anti-Semitic? Yes or no?
Yes.
That's a problem. That is a problem.
It's a problem because you don't define what anti-Semitism means.
I just told you what anti-Semitism means. I told you what it meant. This is my definition for it. Anti-Semitism is hating Jews because they're Jews. That's what anti-Semitism is. Richard, you can't. I don't like this about any group of people. Whites, blacks, Muslims, Jews, Hispanics, Asians. But you just told me that anti-Semitism. Richard.
You're not going to win the argument, but overriding me.
I'm already winning the argument because you won't shut up.
You're not winning the argument.
I am winning the argument. You're doing a wall of sound, Richard. You're telling me that anti-Semitism is justified. It is not justified. You should not hate people simply because of their ethnicity. Period. End of story. How the hell do you think you're winning that argument?
Let me ask you, how many Jews are hated because they're doctors?
What does that have to do with anything? Why do you hate somebody because of their profession? Richard, you hate somebody because they're successful? You don't hate them, you're jealous of them.
Well, some successful crooks are successful.
Well, yeah, thank you. They're breaking the law. Being a doctor is not breaking the law.
Let me say one thing before you override me. Joe Sobran has said a great line. Anti-Semitism is not when Jews hate you, it's when they hate you, they hate what you say. That's it.
What? That's not what anti-Semitism is. Whoever's definition of anti-Semitism,
what is anti-Semitism to you?
I said it 2 times, Richard. I told you what it is, Richard. Are you listening? Or are you so dug in with your head in the sand that you won't listen because you won't stop talking? I told you what it is. I told you what it is. Anti-Semitism is the hatred and the disliking of Jews for being Jews. That's what anti-Semitism is. That's what racism is. Discriminating against somebody. Yes, that's true. Discriminating against somebody because of their race. Richard, shut up. Get him off the phone. Get him off the phone because this is wall of sound. He won't listen. This is a wall of sound now. He's going to call in. He's going to try and take over this guy, right? And by the way, slurring his words sounded like Joe Biden. Maybe lay off some of the, eggnog this early in the morning. Anti-Semitism is not justified. Anti-race, any ethnic group is not justified. You don't judge people simply because of the color of their skin, the religion that they practice, the ethnicity that they carry, the country that they come from. You don't do that. I don't want to live in a world like that. You don't do that. Okay? Censorship in the name of anti-Semitism is also wrong. But when I ask you straight up, hey, do you think it's okay because maybe some Jews did a few things that you don't like, so now you can judge an entire group of people because a Jew here or a Jew there did something that you don't like? Okay, so because there may be prominent Jews in the world, so because there may be prominent, some popular, influential Jews in the world who want to crack down on free speech, wrongfully, by the way, in the name of combating anti-Semitism. So because of that, you're going to now say that anti-Semitism as a whole is welcomed, is justified? What are you, nuts? Are you crazy? Well, yeah, it's justified because some Jews are doctors. The hell does that mean?
That kind of thinking is like what gets people hurt.
That's exactly what gets people hurt.
It dehumanizes people, and it makes people feel like it's okay to do bad things.
Because a Jew is a doctor and a lawyer?
It's so strange to me.
How do you get from, okay, I'm going to hate an entire group of people. I am going to demean. I am going to cast judgment on an entire group of people because some of them are doctors, some of them are lawyers, and some of them want to crack down on free speech. Imagine doing that about, well, for example, let's go to the other side of the equation. Imagine saying that all white people are racist whites, which they do, by the way. Ilhan Omar, she openly called for the racial profiling of white men. How about you look at the comments made by somebody like a Nick Fuentes, for example? I don't want to be judged based off of what he says. I think he's a disgusting person. And I should not be judged based off of the things that he says. You think all Jews want to crack down on free speech and start censoring people in the name of anti-Semitism? I think it would be fair to say that the majority of Jews just don't want to be discriminated against, just like the majority of white people don't want to be discriminated against, just like the majority of African Americans don't want to be discriminated against, just like the majority of illegals don't want to be discriminated against. What happened to content of character, not color of skin? I've said this a gajillion times. We said this with Esty the last 2 days, right? Do I think every single Muslim is a radical jihadist terrorist that is doing the bidding of ISIS? No. No. Do I think every single black person is name stereotype here? Do I think every single Hispanic person in this country is here illegally? I mean, so because a few members of an ethnic group did something or said something that you don't like, you're just going to cast judgment on all of them? I don't know what era that's from. I don't know who told you that was okay. But apparently, to Richard in Northeast Philadelphia, and I asked him straight up, is it justified? And his answer was yes. That's a problem. That's a problem. Yeah, to his point earlier in that call, there are groups who are quote unquote protected more so than others. For example, you can say anything you want about white people. No one seems to have a problem with it. You could say anything you want about Asians. No one seems to have a problem with it. You can't criticize, it's there is a term for anti-Jewish sentiment. It is called anti-Semitism. There's not really a term for anti-white discrimination, right? The term racism is generally applied to non-white groups, right? The term racism is generally applied to what would be deemed stereotypical or unfair criticism of non-white groups. As a matter of fact, when you hear Joy Reid making comments about whites, demeaning comments about whites, they call it reverse racism. No, it's still racism. You're still judging somebody based on their race. All of that behavior is wrong. All of that behavior is wrong. And no, I don't want to see censorship to combat it. I don't want to see a crackdown on free speech to combat it. I don't want to see these quote unquote hate speech laws getting propped up to combat that. I don't. But in the same respect, where we say, well, certain groups are protected, but certain groups are also targeted more than other groups. And for Jews specifically, it has been thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years of the same thing happening over and over and over again. I am not telling you that Jews are perfect people. There are no perfect people. There is no perfect race. There is no perfect class. There are no perfect living people. It's just we are all flawed. Nobody is perfect. Everybody is liable to be criticized over something. It's when we take that criticism, it's when we take that behavior, and then you use that to cast judgment on an entire group of people. Because what? Because one lawyer said something you don't like, because one media figure said something you don't like, because one doctor pushed a drug you don't like. Well, that's a Jewish doctor, and so all Jews are bad because there's a couple of Jewish doctors, and now we're justifying discrimination against an entire group of people because a small percentage of them said or did something that you disagree with. I think that's wrong. And to go on the radio and to just openly say, yeah, it's fine, it's justified, is wild. Okay? Using judgment about, in these situations, is totally different than hating a group or discriminating against a group for the sake of doing it because you don't like what other members of that group did. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, in my opinion. And it should not be something that we continue to practice. When we come back, we're going to talk about, we're going to go into Jasmine Crockett. We'll go into a little bit of Jasmine Crockett. 855-839-1210. Jasmine Crockett calls J.D. Vance a racist for nothing that he did wrong. This is the problem. Jasmine Crockett calls J.D. Vance a racist. We'll get to that and more on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Sean Farish and Brennan. She's here.
I am.
And we're going to be carrying this show all the way till 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discount of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? 2026 Lexus models are here. They are moving fast. Tony Labello and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:43 on this Christmas Eve morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish with you. Brennan Farish is here with you as well.
Good morning.
It's a good morning from Tennessee. This portion of the show is brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for that big American flag. Tri-County Auto. Tri-County Auto. Thank you for being a part of the show. We'll be rolling on here. I want to get to this clip from Jasmine Crockett. She called J.D. Vance a racist, and we play for you why she's calling him that. It's gonna make you scratch your head. This is my problem with calling everything racism, because you don't like what they're saying, and it's to the previous caller, to the part of that I did agree with. Just criticism of Israel, let's say, as a country, is not anti-Semitism. Not liking a doctor or a lawyer because of their performance is not anti-Semitism. Criticizing, though, a doctor or lawyer because of their ethnicity or religion, well, that now you're bordering on anti-Semitism. You're talking about discrimination. Those things don't matter to me. I care about who you are. I care about what you're about. I care about your character, not your ethnicity, not your skin color, not what country you came from. Are you a good person, and are you doing good things? It's very simple. It's very simple. There's none of these little boxes. Are you gay? Are you this? Are you that? Are you fourth generation? Yada, yada. I don't care. Do you work hard? Do you do good things? Are you a good person, or are you a nasty person? Here's Jasmine Crockett, who I think is an absolutely nasty person, calling and accusing J.D. Vance of racism. Let's roll that clip.
Listen, I'm staying focused. I'm not going to be distracted. And when they can tell me about their policies that are helping Texans, then we can have a conversation. Until then, take whatever shots you want to take at me, because I have been a black woman my entire life. I promise you, there are other people just like J.D. Vance who have tried to do the same racist tropes my entire life.
She's been a black woman her entire life. Did you know that? I couldn't tell by looking at her. I thought maybe
one could assume.
Maybe she transitioned. What does that mean, Jasmine? Does that mean anything in particular other than okay, congratulations. I've been a white guy my whole life too. Do I get an award? Do I get to go on whatever network that was, MS Now or CNN or whatever podcast she was on, or do I get a medal or a cookie? I might have a cookie. for being white my entire life. I don't know. What does that mean? Racist tropes. Okay, J.D. Vance must have said something real bad then about Jasmine Crockett, racist tropes. I mean, it must have just been straight out of the book of discrimination. He must have, gone down the DK Metcalf Road or the Ryan Kennedy Road in Detroit and used the N-word. Racist tropes. He must have been real bad, right? Must have been real bad. Now let's get to what J.D. Vance actually said about Jasmine Crockett that caused her to say that. Let's go to this clip. J.D. Vance. He talked about her nails? That's racist now? Play that. Let's play that.
And Jasmine Crockett. Oh, Jasmine Crockett. The record speaks for itself. She wants to be a senator, though her street girl persona is about as real as her nails.
I'm sorry, does she not have a street girl persona?
Yes.
Okay. So, and it's very important that we understand what Vance is saying here. He's saying it's a persona. In other words, it's an act.
Mm-hmm.
It's an act. Okay? She's not this rough and tumble girl from the streets. It's like AOC. She says she grew up in the Bronx. She did not grow up in the Bronx. She grew up in a very wealthy neighborhood called Yorktown Heights.
It's like Kamala, too, with my HBCU brothers and sisters.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Have you no empathy, man? Her Jamaican persona is driving me crazy.
Your family okay?
Is your home okay?
She's
your
been
family?
every ethnicity or race under the sun.
So it is a persona from Jasmine Crockett. It is a persona. It's an act. Sometimes she sounds, somewhat eloquent, educated. I went to law school. I was a public defender. I did all the, and then in other times she does sound like a street girl. Right? She does sound like a street girl. That's why people call her a rat of the hood. Okay? And it's not to say that, I don't know. It's Vance is pointing out that she's fake. That's what he's pointing out. He's pointing out that this bravado that she walks around with, right? He's pointing out that this image of herself that she wants to portray herself as somebody who grew up on the streets. She wants to portray herself as somebody who grew up in a rough neighborhood. She wants to portray herself as somebody who, has that quote unquote street cred, right? Jasmine Crockett. Why does she want to do that? Well, because she's trying to resonate with inner city voters. She's trying to put forth this image of herself to make inner city voters believe she is just like them. There were these commercials this is a real throwback. I want to say it was in the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. The golfer Ernie Els. And the commercial was, Ernie Els is just like you, except bum, 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 bum. And it was all these different things. He was a phenomenal golfer in his day. But aside from all of those things, Ernie Els is just like you, right? It's interesting. Donald Trump has the same type of, he walks around with a bravado. He walks around with a swagger, but he's unbelievably wealthy. He's got more money than most people will ever have in their lifetime. He was born into a favorable situation, but he took what he was given and he turned it into something incredible. Donald Trump, though, it's the Queens person. He's actually from Queens. Like he's Jamaica Estates is where he was born. He's from Queens, New York. This is how Queens people are. It's not fake. Jasmine Crockett is a different person in front of a different audience. It's just like Brennan said, it's just like Kamala Harris. HBCU brothers and sisters, the Spanish accent on Univision, the Jamaican accent on with Stephen Colbert. I don't know why she did that because he's not Jamaican. Right? Like it's the I just loved it. What she said, you better thank a union member. You better thank a union member.
43 days.
32 days,
32
right? 32 days. Hillary Clinton did this too. They called it, now, I call it pandering. I call it fake. I call it a facade. No. It's code switching. Oh. So there's an actual acceptable term for being a fake. Donald Trump is the exact same person in front of every audience. I remember seeing this, I think in Philadelphia, he was in like a black barber shop. Same guy as when he's out with the farmers in rural Iowa. Same guy. Jasmine Crockett is a different person in front of different audiences. And that's what J.D. Vance was pointing out. It's not racist to say that she's fake. And the punchline is, yeah, she's got the eyelashes. She's got the nails. She's all glommed and glammed up. She wants to be, as Vance said, she wants to be a senator. She wants to be a member of Congress. Yet she can't stay off of social media. She can't stay off of TikTok. She can't stop with the filters. What she really wants to be is an influencer. What she really wants to be is a social media personality. She just happens to be an elected official somehow. And hopefully that comes to an end real soon. She's already likely have been, she's not running for re-election in her congressional seat thanks to redistricting. She is running for Senate right now, and I don't think it's going to go very well. But what J.D. Vance said, it wasn't racist. These weren't racial tropes. This wasn't a racist trope to say that her street girl persona, essentially alleging that it's a persona, it's an act, it's a veil, it's a hat that she puts on, it's a dress that she puts on, it's makeup that she puts on, it's a filter that she puts on. It's not real. It's what he said. It's about as real as her nails. Yeah, she's got the, she's got the nails. The eyelash, I always make when she blinks, she's going to fly away. It's ridiculous. This is not I get you want to look good. You don't want to go in, John Fetterman, Pennsylvania. He goes with the hoodie. I get you want to present yourself professionally. I have no problem with you. You want to do eyelashes. I have no problem with you want to do the nails and all that. But when it gets to the point where it looks ridiculous, people are going to, point it out. And you will be the butt of several jokes. What do you think? People don't make fun of J.D. Vance? What, did South Park not spend an entire episode making fun of him? The difference between J.D. Vance and Jasmine Crockett? Jasmine Crockett could very easily have leaned into the whole eyelashes and nails and been like, yeah, that's who I am. I love my nails. I love my eyelashes. This is me. You got a problem with it? You got a problem with me? Whatever. I don't care about what you have to say. Instead, she took that criticism and was like, that's racism. It's not racism. Nobody is saying these things about Jasmine Crockett because of her race. They're saying these things about Jasmine Crockett because she looks ridiculous. J.D. Vance, they had the Vance meme with the hair and the chubby face, right? He went so far as to dress up like that as Halloween, for Halloween. He leaned into it. He was working out with the Navy SEALs a couple of days ago, and they were doing the log, physical therapy, carrying the log on the shoulder. And there was a few Navy SEALs. They blurred out the faces of the Navy SEALs, obviously, so that, because you don't want them to get doxxed. J.D. Vance took that picture of him carrying that log with the Navy SEALs and put the meme face over his face. He's leaning into it. Like, he even refers to it as the J.D. Vance meme. He thinks it's funny. He could very well have come out and said, this is disrespectful. You're making me look fat. You don't like fat people. You don't like, he could have easily leaned in and played the victim. But instead he goes, you know what I'm going to do to disarm this? I'm going to lean into it. Just like how Trump supporters decided we're all deplorables now. Just like last year during the election, Joe Biden, the only garbage I see is his supporters. We were like, okay, cool. Now we're going to go out wear garbage vests everywhere we go. Right? He leaned into it. And that's what disarms it the most. I guarantee you, if Jasmine Crockett, when the criticism started about the eyelashes and the nails and the hair and all this, if she had just owned it and been like, so what? You don't like my hair? I'm going to have longer hair tomorrow. I would have come in with like those fans that the Queen has in England. I would have taped those to my forehead and been like, how you like these? But instead, she went the same route that all these leftists go. And, oh, you said something about the way I look. You're saying that only because I'm black, not because I may or may not look ridiculous. The best way to disarm those types is just lean into it.
Well, typically people that can't lean into it are insecure.
Yeah, she's absolutely
They can't
insecure.
make fun of themselves because they feel bad. But J.D. Vance is clearly very confident. He's able to turn something that's mean into a joke and lean into it and be silly about it.
Right.
So I think that's probably just, she doesn't feel comfortable with herself.
That's why she has to doll herself up.
Exactly.
That's why she has to put the eyelashes on and the nails on and all that. I don't care. I'll make fun of it if I think it's ridiculous. But then, she comes out there acting like she's so tough. She's calling the governor of Texas Governor Hot Wheels, this whole thing, right? Because he's in a wheelchair. But racist tropes, these aren't racist tropes. He's making fun of you and he's pointing out that you are a phony. But this has nothing to do with your race. Nothing to do with your race. I mean, if it did have something to do with race, J.D. Vance would very clearly not be a fan of somebody like Tim Scott. Right? If it had to do with race. Has nothing to do with race. Nothing whatsoever. He would be an open critic of Ben Carson. Nothing to do with race and everything to do with the fact that you're transparently phony. And that's all it is. When we come back, I want to talk about this social media ban or this potential social media ban that people are talking about regarding kids 16 years of age and younger. This is going to be very interesting. It's an interesting topic, and I think it's one that we should have fun talking about. We'll be back to kick off Hour 3 in just a few minutes on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Sean Farish and Brendan Farish. She's here for the ride today. She's here to be a part of the show today on this Christmas Eve. So we will be right back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. This holiday season, share the love of driving excellence at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. With exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. And I just saw on social media that our guy Michael Steinberg from the sales department who manages our Piazza partnership just got a gorgeous new Mercedes-Benz in Westchester. So discover your Mercedes-Benz today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'm making a big announcement on January 5th. You don't want to miss it. 3 to 7 p.m. on Monday, January 5th. I don't know when I'll announce it, so you just better listen to the whole show. But all I can tell you is it's going to be big. So stay tuned, be safe, have fun, don't fight with your in-laws. It's just not worth it. Nothing good comes from that, all right? But I love you, the Zioli Army. You're the greatest. I'll talk to you January 5th.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
he was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Hour 3 now officially underway this Christmas Eve morning. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Happy Trump Day. This portion of the show is brought to you by the Jug Handle Inn. It is Finger Frenzy Wednesday at the Jug Handle Inn from 7 to 10 p.m. Get half-price baskets of chicken fingers and fries at the Jug. We thank you, the Jug Handle Inn, for being a part of the show. Sean Farish and Brendan Farish here with you on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello. Chicken fingers and fries sounds good.
Chicken fingers and fries does sound good.
Now I need some of that.
Or chicken and waffles. You know, there maybe there's a little bit of Waffle House in the future. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
This man loves Waffle House.
I love Waffle House. It's delicious. I think it's great. By the way, Philly has got, they got a lot of Wawa. We were up in Philadelphia, the area, last year, right before the election. We went to a Wawa. We're getting 3 of those in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We're getting a Buc-ee's. We're getting In-N-Out.
We moved in, and we brought the cool stuff with us.
And we also brought the SWAT team with us in March. But we brought the cool stuff with us. I have a question for everybody out there, parents especially, how you feel about this. I feel like this is kind of, I saw this on Fox News earlier this week, and it was late last week. And I saw this, I said, I get why people are calling for this. I just don't think that this is the answer. 64% of parents, and this is in the United States, 64% of parents would support a social media ban, right? Banning social media for children under the age of 16 years old. A recent Fox News poll reveals that about 2/3 of Americans, 64% of American voters and parents, backed the idea of banning teenagers under the age of 16 from social media platforms and removing cell phones from K to 12 classrooms. Look, I'm the type of person where I don't love the idea of just banning things, right? First of all, how are you going to enforce the ban? Like, what are the consequences if you violate the ban, right? And then number 2, do you need to actually ban it from the government level, or is this something that you can handle individually? Now, I want to say this from 30,000 feet. Social media, okay, whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Kick, whether it's Twitch, whether it's X, any of these platforms, right? Any Snapchat, whatever it might be, any of these social media platforms, those platforms are definitely not great for kids. I mean, they're definitely harmful. Not just for kids, adults too. The amount of brain rot that exists on those platforms, brain rot, it's out of this world. It's nothing but junk. in many aspects. The algorithms that exist on these platforms don't necessarily reward the truth. They reward a lot of negativity. They definitely love to make people panic. It is a whole, now everyone's got a camera, so everybody sees all the bad things more. And it's like, oh my gosh, look at all these things that are happening. It's X, Y, and Z is on the rise. How many times have we seen that there's a new disease spreading and people are, they're on Instagram making panic videos about it, or TikTok or X, or, clickbait posts and rage bait posts and fear porn and all of this. It's out there. And that's just on the news side of things. There's no two ways about it. Social media can be, and in many aspects is, just as harmful as most drugs. Especially for children. Especially for children. So I don't disagree that it's an issue. It's definitely an issue. My question is regarding that issue, the issue of the risks and the harm of social media. My question is regarding that issue. Why must it be banned by the federal government? If it's that bad for your child, and it's that bad for your child, and it's bad for adults too. Just like, look, let's look at it this way. Let's look at it like alcohol. I know people are like, oh, well, alcohol's banned for kids under the age of 21. Yes, it is. You're right. It is illegal to sell alcohol. Kids are not, people under the age of 21 are not supposed to be drinking alcohol. It's the law. You got to be 21 to use that product. Same with tobacco, right? Cigarettes, tobacco, 18, right? So, but my point is here, and then you have adults. You get to 21 years old, you could drink, you could smoke, you could do all of these different things, right? Well, just because you're that old doesn't mean that the risks and the dangers and the potential for abuse goes away. You're just more mature. You're old enough, and at an agreed upon age where you can handle it better. But what is the punishment for somebody who, let's say, is 19 years old, right? 19 years old, goes to a supermarket, buys a case of beer, uses a fake ID, and goes home and drinks. Well, 19, you're legally an adult. I'm sure that there are some laws out there, whether it's, fraud or whatever. You're using a fake ID. These are things that you can get in trouble for and charged as an adult. But when you're talking about kids under the age of 16, why is it so hard for the parents who feel this way to just make that ban in their own home? And I get what they're saying. Well, when my child leaves the home, if my child goes to the library, if my child goes to a public school, if my child goes to a friend's house and then goes on social media, it could be a problem. You're right. But if your child's going to spend more time at home than outside the home in many cases. So if it's banned in the home and you've made sure that your child can't put it on his cell phone, if your kid has a phone, then you're doing a really good job mitigating that risk and eliminating that risk. Why is 64% of American parents asking the government to do something that they themselves can already do? That's my question. And if let's say a ban is signed into law, let's say through the House, through the Senate, you have a social media ban for all children 16 and under signed into law. Let's say that goes through. Bans only matter, laws only matter if they are enforced and if they can be enforced. How do you enforce this ban? What if you catch a 15-year-old on Facebook? What happens? Seriously, because I'm willing to explore this opportunity. I'm willing to explore this possibility. What if a 15-year-old, right, under the law, social media is banned for children 16 and under. What if a 15-year-old is found to be on social media? What happens? 15-year-old's a child, right? Are you going to charge the child with a crime? No. What are you going to do? You're going to find the family?
Probably a fine.
You're going to find the family, what, $1,000 or so? You're going to find the family? Okay. That's fine, I guess. You're going to hold the social media platforms? That's what I would want. See, that's what I would want to see as a result of these bans, right? Give the family, let's say, a parking ticket, you know, the equivalent of a parking ticket, a jaywalking ticket, whatever. But it's the social media. You need to treat the social media platforms like you would treat a retailer for selling beer to underage people as well, right? You need, and I'll tell you what, that's never going to happen.
No.
That is never going to happen. You think for a second if a 15-year-old is found to be on Instagram that Meta is going to accept or pay a fine? That's what should happen. And I'll tell you what, these social media platforms know what they're doing to kids. They know. It is as addicting as some drugs. The dopamine, the feeling of likes and views and popularity and followers and all of these things, it is as addicting. And in many cases, it could be even more harmful than some drugs. It is rotting, and it's not just rotting the brains of kids, but I'm not saying that we should ban it for adults either. But, maybe we get to this point where, there's some warnings, like increased use of social media can create conditions, psychosis, a detachment from reality, suicidal thought. Like, there are side effects to using social media. There absolutely are. There absolutely are. You could become less productive. You could drive yourself up a wall. You can elicit certain fears about things that may not be justified. You can absolutely be driven to the point of self-harm. We've seen this. I support the idea of keeping children off of social media. I support it. What I have questions about is a ban, a legally enforceable ban being put in place by the federal government.
Well, I'd be curious to know if it's the same parents that handed their children iPads before they could even talk or walk, if those are the same parents that are now looking for the government to teach their kids or to ban the social media from kids.
That's a good question. They
Because
let the
either
iPad...
way, they're not wanting to parent.
Right.
Here, entertain yourself with this social media, but then later on, government, take it away from my kids.
Cell phone bans in the classroom too. Well, they say that cell phones can be a distraction. I went to school when there were cell phones. Their iPhone was just coming out. Now they're not as, these phones are not as, the ones that are out now are far more technologically advanced than they were in 2008, 2009. Again, if you want to ban cell phones in classrooms, first of all, that's going to have to be something that's handled at the state level because the Department of Education is being sent back to the states anyway. And if individual states want to pass cell phone bans in their classrooms, I mean, it's up to their legislatures. I wouldn't support a ban. Again, a ban. What happens if you are caught with a cell phone in the classroom? Are you given detention? That's already the case anyway. You need strong enough deterrence without making something contraband, right? And I think when you look at cell phones in the classroom, why don't you just as a teacher, as an educator, make it known that if you're caught, you lose points on your next test. You get caught with your cell phone out, but the next test you're already starting from 95. You start dialing it back. You get caught again, it's 10 points off. You get caught again, it's 20 points off, and it adds up and adds up and adds up. I don't think taking the phone out of the hands of the student, especially in this day and age when you have, unfortunately, school shootings, these kids have to have a way to get in touch with their parents if they need to. And banning cell phones in the classroom, I think, kind of takes that away. I know we grew up in an age where, hey, not all kids had the ability to reach out to mom and dad from inside the classroom, and it's a little bit different there. I get all of that, but we are in a different era. We are in the connected era, and it is important if something is going on for a child to be able to communicate back home to mom, to dad, to their legal guardian, aunt, uncle, whoever it is, brother, sister, whoever it is in charge of bringing them to and from the building. I'm not saying that I want schools to be dominated by cell phones either, and that kids should be scrolling on Instagram or TikTok in the middle of class, but there's already a rule against that. Make those rules and make those deterrents something that keep children from using the cell phone in the classroom. I don't think we want to be banning things in these schools. How about just set a better example for your children? But the social media ban, that is something that can already be enacted at home today.
Yeah, there's parental controls on cell phones. You can literally limit your child's screen time.
You could limit their screen time.
Their social media apps.
You can restrict what apps they're able to download. If you have an iPhone, an Android, same thing. You can put a password on your...
You just have to be the parent.
You just have to be the parent. You can't rely on the government to be the parent. I see a caller waiting here, Joe in South Philly. We're going to get to him on the other side of this break. And I'm curious about how people feel about this issue. Republicans back the social media ban. 73% of Republicans back the social media ban. Only 56% of Democrats back the social media ban. There is broad support for protecting children from the potential dangers of social media. Republicans care a little bit more, but I find it interesting that Republicans, the party of small government, wants to use government here to do something that they can do in their home. And so I find that very interesting. We'll talk more about this on the other side of the break. Sean Farish and Brendan Farish here with you until 10 o'clock this morning. We'll be back as we hit the midway segment of Hour 3 right after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Joe in South Philly, we'll get to you on the other side of this break. We'll see you right after this.
When I was cutting my teeth in radio, I used to hear Bob's Little Sports Shop. I'd hear Bob do his poems. It's Rich Zioli. And now I'm introducing Bob as he's back reading his poems. This is like a dream come true. Bob's Little Sports Shop this December. For every $100 gift card purchase, get an additional $10 in Bob's Bucks to use for all of 2026. They're open Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So without further ado, Bob'sLittleSportShop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop. Let's go, Bob!
I've heard of children crying and gunfire in the night. Freedom seems so far away, but still the people fight. Freedom is a fragile gift that has a heavy price. Battles won and battles lost, and many gave their life. What some men take for granted, others never see. To speak their mind and have no fear and live a life that's free. This happened in a foreign land not too long ago. Freedom is the greatest gift that everyone should know. To safeguard all our liberties and keep our country free, it's not up to the government, it's up to you and me. Merry Christmas from Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. This holiday season, bring home a truck that delivers. The GMC Sierra delivers the power for the windy winter roads, delivers luxury with premium comfort, and delivers professional grade. At the Barlow Holiday Sales Event, you'll save on more than just the factory rebates. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon is the secret to finishing your holiday shopping this year. Visit their locations in Glen Mills and Springfield, or you can go online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchin, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$8:21 on this Christmas Eve morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish and Brendan Farish here with you on this very nice, a little balmy Christmas Eve morning.
It is. It feels like Florida.
It's like 42 degrees, as you see there in Philly. It's about 60 degrees here in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
It was warm yesterday. You know, it was very interesting. Social media ban. Brennan brought up a good point, saying, are these people that support the ban the same people who gave an iPad to their kid, you know, at 5 years old and basically said, go entertain yourself? Well, then your child might find his way or her way onto Instagram. And you may not like what your child is watching on Instagram or TikTok or Facebook or YouTube or any of these platforms. And then all of a sudden, well, what? Now it's the government's fault to come clean up those mistakes? You could very easily institute and initiate a ban on social media in your home. And again, I agree with everybody who says that social media is extremely harmful for children. 100%. It's harmful for adults too. It absolutely is. I mean, you could get lost doing the scroll. I've done this a million times. I go in, I watch one or two videos on, let's say, a Facebook Reel or something, or a TikTok or Instagram. And before I know it, I am deep into a scrolling marathon, and it's been over an hour. Over an hour. And there goes, you know, any potential productivity for that hour. And, you know, social media could also be a good way to connect with people and to unwind and to laugh and get a little humor. Listen, I make my living on social media.
We met on social media.
We met on social media. I'm not telling you that this is a bad, an inherently bad thing. There are good uses for it. But just like anything, too much of something could present a problem. And I do believe that these children, these younger folks who are chasing clout and popularity, you know, it used to be that you wanted to sit at the cool kids table and in the lunchroom in your high school or in your junior high or in your elementary school, whatever. Everybody wanted the biggest circle of friends. And so now, who cares about real friends in the real world? Let's go make a big circle of friends on the internet. It's not how it works. But as far as a ban goes, as far as a legal ban, you know, a restriction on using the social media platform until you reach a certain age, I need to know how that's going to be enforced. And if you do feel that strongly about it, are you doing that because you can do that in the home? Oh, well, my friends, my son's friends or my daughter's friends, they all have social media. I kind of feel bad that, you know, that Billy's not going to be on Instagram when all of his friends are on Instagram. But what if it was, because, you know, we're going to equate it to drugs. What if all of Billy's friends at 16-year-old were drinking every night? And you told Billy, no, you're not going out and drinking right now. You're 16 years old. You're not supposed to be doing that. It's very bad for your health long term. Starting at that age, you could destroy your liver at an early age. You'll have problems in 15 or 20 years down the road. You're going to be very upset. What would you let your son go out and just drink with his friends at 16 years old too? Or are you going to say, no, you're not going out there. You're going to put your foot down and essentially be the regulator, be the enforcer. Let's go to Joe in South Philly. Joe's waiting on hold. What's up, Joe?
How you doing, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Likewise.
I just wanted to call and let you know that you're 100% right about the phones.
Mm-hmm.
I have grandchildren, all different ages. They're a mess. You're right. They want the government to run the children because they can't.
And that's the problem that I have, right? Because we've talked about this. I've railed on about this for a while. When you look at like these, let's say, the schools, the government, all this, with the transgender ideology, right? Where they're forcing that on the kids, and they're putting these ideas in these children's minds, right? Where like if you're a girl and you play with G.I. Joe, you might secretly be a boy, and you should go do this, that, and the other. I look at that and I go, well, I don't want the government doing that. But on the flip side, it all comes down to the home. It all comes down to the home. What are you teaching your sons, your daughters in the home? What rules do you have in the home, right?
They don't have any. They don't have any.
And that's the problem. And so now you're relying on the government to do your job. You're relying on the government to be the parent.
Exactly.
Don't be surprised when your child comes out of that government system then spouting government talking points and standing on the street corner with their fists in the air screaming Black Lives Matter or Free Palestine, right?
Right.
And
that's the reason.
My question to you too, Joe, is you said your grandchildren are a mess. And without getting too personal, I mean, do you notice that they're picking up bad trends on social media?
I don't notice it because they're not with me. They're all gone. They're out of my house. They're not in my house at all. But my kids, my sons and my daughters that have these kids. I mean, here's an example. Can I give you an example?
Sure, absolutely.
When I was a kid, I'm almost 80 years old, so I'm an old man. When I was a kid, you got pots and pans thrown at you, man. You if you didn't listen or you talked back or it was a different era.
Yeah.
It was a different era. I mean, today you do something like that. Today you go to jail for 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to protect kids and child abuse and all this. We don't want to see that, but discipline.
No, not discipline. Like you can't. I never heard. Here's an example. You're going to laugh at me. I never heard this when I was a kid anywhere. Love you. When did love you? My parents never told me love you every time they had a sentence.
And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think, I don't think it's an interesting example. It does show you that the times are changing. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, right? To tell your children that you love them. I think that's okay.
No.
But I think the point that you're getting at, all right, is that there's a little bit of coddling going on, maybe, that we're a little softer than we should be. Is that kind of what we're where we're going with that?
Yeah, and then if I say something like out of the ordinary, what are you doing that for? Blah, blah, blah. Why are you hollering at my kid? What are you talking about?
Right.
They deserve to be hollered at. And then you're telling me, guess what? Don't come here no more. Stay out of my house. That might sound strange to you guys because you guys are young, but.
No, it doesn't sound strange. I think it's okay to have rules. I think it's okay to discipline. I think it's okay. It's absolutely all right to set standards and set expectations. And I think honestly, again, you're talking about children, but I think it's also something that adults can learn as well. Setting expectations, setting standards. And if you teach that at a young age, okay, what is expected of me right now? What is when you work your first job, right? And whatever, maybe you're stocking shelves, you're cleaning bathrooms, you're sweeping the floor, you're whatever it is, and your boss tells you what's expected of you in that job. This needs to look like A, B.
Exactly. You're right.
This is what you're. Setting the expectations and knowing that there's always going to be expectations placed upon you if that is instilled in a child from 16 onward, that person is going to most likely take more pride in their work. They're going to stay out of trouble because, again, they don't want to fall short of expectations. Again, no child, no adult, nobody's perfect, right? And so people may not always meet expectations. But when the problem I think that we have in this society right now is that, if someone does fall short of expectations and that is approached or addressed or pointed out, it's like you're attacking me. No, I'm just saying you could have done something better. And I think if we instill that in children and we instill that also in adults, expectations, again, if I have to do a job, I record, audio messages, video messages, sometimes for businesses, and I'll go back and forth with the potential client and say, what do you expect? What do you hope to gain from this? So I can make sure that I give you what you want, right? And meet those expectations, right? Rather than falling short and then someone says, well, you fell short of expectations and, oh, well, this is an attack. That's unfair. I think we're in a day and age right now, Joe, and I'll give you the last word in a second. I think we're in a day and age we are a little too soft, and discipline is looked at as attacks but this is how we wind up veering off into, honestly, a lot of degeneracy. And if you point it out, then all of a sudden, you're racist or you're attacking somebody or you're picking on somebody.
It's always something, no matter what you say or what you do now today. I mean, you got to believe. When I was a kid, it was in the 60s and 50s and 40s. Everything was different.
Right.
Everything was different. And if you come into my world now, and I do what I express, that's because of my bringing up.
Right.
And you ain't going to know what that was. Nobody's going to know what that was. So
there's the old cliche. There's the old cliche, right, where it's like, weak times create what is it? Weak men create hard times create strong men, and it's around and around, right? So, you go through adversity, you come out hardened, but then the next generation doesn't know what that adversity is, right?
No,
they don't know. They don't know the struggle. They take the easy road for granted, and that creates soft people, right? And that's where I think we move the pendulum in the other direction. Joe, Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate you.
And your wife, too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for the call. Joe in South Philly. Yeah, I mean,
I have a thought.
Go ahead.
This might not be popular. I think this could go all the way back to the feminist movement, where the women started going to work. Kids were in daycare. Kids were in schools getting raised by the teachers.
Passing the accountability and the job off to somebody else.
And then both parents come home tired at the end of the day, and they don't want to raise their kids. When I see stay-at-home moms with their kids that are homeschooled versus working moms with kids that are in daycare and school all day, the children's behavior is vastly different.
Hugely different. We know a couple. I know, we won't name them, but they're here in Tennessee. Big family, young.
Yep. I know
about
exactly
our
what
age.
you're talking about.
And it was the first time we actually met their children a couple months ago. Vibrant, intelligent, social, smart, happy, smiles on their face. They love their parents. Right. But this is it. And this is, I'm happy you brought that up. And, the whole feminist movement, it's also what's known as the 2-income trap, right? Where things became so expensive that you now have both parents working jobs. Nobody's home to raise the kid. So it's like when you have the toppling of a government in a third world country and you have a power vacuum, somebody is going to take charge. And unfortunately, with daycare, and I'm not saying that daycare and school and all these are bad things, right? I'm not saying that inherently, but when you use daycare, when you use school, and educators kind of as they'll teach my child these different things because that's their job, but it really is your job. It's your job to instill those values and to be on top of it. And the 2-income trap brought both parents out of the home. It separated them from their children more so than it used to be. And who comes and fills that void? The government, bad actors on social media, the iPad, the teacher, the daycare, different friend groups and bad influences if you're not there. And so it's a great point. The feminist movement. I'm not. Look, by the way, if you're
whole cultural change.
If you're a woman and you work hard and you take pride in your work, we're not shaming you here.
No, and some
right?
people
not
have to have 2 incomes.
Right.
Like it's not shaming anyone.
Not shaming anyone for not staying home. If you want to work and you want to be a professional, and that's fine. because there is a way around that. But what Brennan is getting at is both parents out of the house 8+ hours a day. They're spending 8 hours a day at their job, an hour or two commuting. They're out of the house 9. They go home, they do shopping, they got to cook. By the time they're done, everyone's exhausted. Everybody's shot. You're not present in your kid's life. Well, someone is going to take your place, right? And you may not like the influence that someone or something has on your child. Okay. And that's where things get messy. And it is not the government's job to correct that. It's your job, first and foremost. You can get assistance. There maybe Bobby Kennedy comes out, in a year and just like he did with Tylenol, comes out with guidelines and says you should not use social media if you're under the age of 16. But a full-on ban, an enforceable ban, well, I have questions. How is that ban enforced? Are you holding social media companies accountable for letting children on their platforms like you would hold a retailer accountable for selling a 19-year-old alcohol? Right? Because that's the only way something like that would work. But here's what I do appreciate. Here's the good thing. I think the common ground in all of this that we can all agree on, social media is toxic and very bad for kids, period. That's not to say children can't be inspired by good people on social. There are so many creators on social media, artists, musicians, politicians, religious figures, motivational speakers that are there to actually, that are inspiring children to do good things. It's not to say social media is a 100% negative, but unfortunately, these algorithms, the rage bait, all of that goes on social media, it exists there. It exists there to get people hooked. It is like a drug. Our buddy Misfit calls TikTok mental fentanyl. It's a drug. So, and it should be treated as such. Everything in moderation. And that goes for adults too. Yeah. Your brain will rot if you sit on social media and scroll all day long. And the algorithms will do that. I've spent on X, on the For You page, it's nothing but slop that I was getting delivered for a while. And I even felt, I was like, this is like, it wages, it takes a toll on your mental health. Mm-hmm. And you're staring at a screen. None of that's healthy. In moderation, fine. But perpetually online, not fine, especially if you're a kid. All right, we're going to get back to, we'll come back and we'll move on from that subject. Unless there's folks who want to chime in on that, give us a call at 855-839-1210. Sean Farish and Brennan Farish here. Brennan making her radio debut on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT here on this Christmas Eve morning. We'll be back with more right after this.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready to celebrate the holidays in style during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Kia Sportage LX for just $179 a month, or the 2025 Kia K4 LXS for $129 a month for 24 months. Make your holidays bright with incredible savings at Scott Kia of Springfield, or visit the brand new Scott Kia of Limerick, where it's always smooth sailing. Drive home the magic today. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
$8:42 on this Christmas Eve morning. 8:42 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Sean Farish and Brennan Farish with you. My wonderful wife. She's making a radio debut today.
Hello, hello.
I think she's doing a tremendous job.
Thank you.
How are we on the YouTube chat, by the way?
Okay.
Are we with the likes? Should we do a Mo thing today? Should we set?
I think we definitely should. We have a Santa Mo.
So we have a Santa Mo, and we will do a threshold for us to we call it honk our hedgehog on the air. There you go. We do this all the time on LFA TV, rumble.com/LFA TV, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Before we get to our next topic, some economic numbers came in. I want to let you know this portion of the show is brought to you by Wawa. The holidays are here, and so are Wawa's holiday beverages. Sip into the season with the new caramel sugar cookie iced latte. That sounds good. A peppermint cookies and cream smoothie, or a hot peppermint mocha. But hurry, holiday flavors are only available while the season lasts. Got to have a Wawa. We're getting one we're getting 3 in Murfreesboro. We thank you, Wawa, for being a part of the show. That some of those sound really good. Some of those sound really good. There you go. Sounds really good.
I'd go to town on some of those.
Oh yeah. Now, is this person here in the YouTube chat? Is that a Rumbler?
Yeah.
That Papa Lee 328 on the YouTube. That's somebody who watches LFA TV.
Yes.
There you go. And a longtime PhD listener. Very cool. Very cool. You know what I found awesome too? I was watching a couple weeks ago. I was caught up in the movie Zero Dark 30 was on. So I watched it. It's the Osama bin Laden manhunt. Mm-hmm. And I remember how the news of that broke. Actually, the Mets, New York Mets baseball team, and the Phillies were playing at Citizens Bank Park. And all of a sudden, on that night, May 1st, on my birthday, USA chants started circulating around the park. And it was actually on WPHT. The Phillies radio team was, broke the news, and as on WFAN also in New York, Howie Rose and the New York Mets broadcast team broke the news. But it was pretty cool. So 1210 WPHT is it lives in history just in that aspect alone. Basically breaking the news of the death of Osama bin Laden, which is pretty cool. All right, let us move into. We got some good economic numbers that came in. This is good. This is very good. Remember back in April, Donald Trump, we're going to tariff the hell out of everybody. You're all getting tariffed. We're tariffing everything. We're tariffing the air you breathe. We're tariffing the food you eat. We're tariffing the water you drink. We're going to be treated fairly. We're going to make sure we're treated very fairly. If you're not treated fairly, we're going to have a lot of problems. We're going to treat everybody fairly. Donald Trump's economic revival of the United States, I think, is right around the corner. Massive numbers came in. Expectations. U.S. GDP grows 4.3%, which is the fastest growth that we've seen in 2 years, absolutely blowing expectations out of the water. The Commerce Department said that the United States GDP, the government's official economic scorecard, rose at a seasonally and inflation-adjusted 4.3% annual rate in the third quarter. The report on the July through September period was delayed due to the government shutdown. Quote, today's blockbuster expectation-smashing GDP report is the latest proof that President Trump's agenda, America First trade and economic agenda, continues to turn the page on the Biden economic disaster. This is the potential, by the way, we have a clip from the potential next, he's the front runner on Polymarket, Kevin Hassett, the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. We have comments from Kevin Hassett about these economic numbers. Why don't we roll that?
You know, it's a fantastic report, 4.3%. It's just about as good as GDP numbers get. And especially coming, on the heels of the CPI report, Consumer Price Index report we got, which you actually showed some interesting data that it's consistent with, that showed that core inflation is all the way down to 1.6%. And so I think that these numbers are showing that President Trump's trade policy and his supply side policy, which is really increasing factory production and so on, is having a big effect, as is his trade policy. So if we abstract from the reduction of the trade deficit, then the 4.3% number would only be 2.6%. So Trump's trade policy is really working as well.
Donald Trump's trade policy is working. And how did we get about some of those fair trade deals? Let me see. Let's see if we're gonna do a little pop quiz for Brennan here. Brennan, how do you think we wound up getting better trade deals put in place between our country and other countries? What do you think was one of the reasons why fairer deals were negotiated?
Because we're stronger.
We're stronger. Okay. We used leverage. But what do you think was part of that leverage? What tool did Donald Trump use to negotiate fairer deals? The tariffs.
Oh, the tariffs.
Yeah,
I was testing you.
She was close. She was testing me. It is the tariffs, right? The tariffs. Donald Trump is using these tariffs as a negotiating tool. He has used it to end foreign wars. He has used it to negotiate fairer deals. And I used to have a ton of respect for people like Rand Paul, right? As a matter of fact, when I was really getting deep into politics, I was reading Rand Paul's book, 2016 timeframe, called Taking a Stand. And I really do appreciate a lot of the times, a lot of his principled stances, I do. But sometimes I think it gets a little ridiculous because I think there's a little bit of hypocrisy, or it's just not grounded in enough logic for me. And the tariff situation is one of those. Rand Paul is obviously against high taxation. He doesn't like taxes. The income tax should be abolished, all that. I agree with all that. But Rand Paul argues against tariffs because he treats it like a tax. And in a way, he's not wrong. You have a company that's doing business outside the United States, sourcing their materials from outside the United States, and now all of a sudden those materials are tariffed. That business, that company that's producing a widget, whatever it might be, if let's say, I used the example on the Vince show yesterday, coffee mug, right? If you have a coffee mug, if this coffee mug comes from China, and now all of a sudden, goods and services from China are tariffed at 300%. That's now going to cost, 3 times as much as it used to produce. So the company that's producing that's selling that to the consumer is most likely going to pass that cost, or a portion of that cost, onto the consumer. So now this mug that cost me $1 now costs me $3. Okay. And you look at that and you go, well, how does that help America? Well, it helps America because now you're going to be getting more companies that want to avoid having to sell that product at a high price point, which is unattractive to the consumer. You're going to have more companies trying to do business in the United States, right? Which will bring about jobs. It'll bring about people getting a living wage instead of slaves being paid to produce these goods and services in another country. Okay. And it will also force that other country to drop some of the trade barriers that they have with us. So in the case of these deals that we're working out with China and these deals that we've worked out with the European Union, these deals that we've worked out with some of these other countries, Donald Trump basically said, you're tariffing us already. And there's tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers, right? But you have these barriers, you have these stipulations, you have these terms that you're placing on American goods, American services, American companies. Well, we're going to place that exact same type of barrier, that exact same type of tariff on your stuff, right? Fair. It's fair. Well, it's not fair. The United States has a huge economy and these other countries have smaller economies and we have to be equitable. No, we don't. Okay. Think of it this way. Have you ever seen, you're driving by, let's say you're in Pennsylvania, and you see a Costco wholesale, right? That big warehouse, right? You ever notice that there's always a bunch of little stores that pop up right around the Costco? Why do you think that is, Brennan? Why do you think little stores pop up around Costco?
Well, because Costco's got a lot of people that come around.
And not just a lot of people, you're right. But there are a lot of people that want to do what?
Shop.
They want to buy things, they want to shop, right? When you have Costco wholesale, you have to pay to access their stores, right? You have to buy a membership to access their stores. People don't just go to Costco to walk around and leave empty-handed. It's very hard to do, isn't it? Right? It's very hard to do.
We go in there for bottled water, and I come out with clothes,
we come out clothes,
snacks,
food, coffee, all sorts. So we walk in there with a list, and we come out there with a bunch of other stuff, right? So in other words, it's not just that there's a lot of people, because a lot of people show up to Walmart too, right? But the clientele, the level of, or the class of person in a Costco versus a Walmart, and I'm not trying to make any sort of suggestions here. Costco, you have to pay to access. Walmart, you don't. Okay, so you're dealing with a more motivated and more capable, possibly even a more affluent clientele at a Costco than at a Walmart, right? Because Walmart, there's no barrier to entry. Costco, there is a barrier to entry. So the fact of the matter is, when you stick businesses, you have Costco in the middle of a shopping center. Now all of a sudden you've got a 7-Eleven and a Five Below and a Kohl's and all this. They're putting themselves near Costco because the people who are shopping at Costco, they generally have a little bit more money than those who, and that's not to say that there aren't other stores that pop up around Walmart, but you do see this with Costco a lot. Motivated and essentially quote unquote qualified buyers. That is the U.S. economy versus other countries' economies around the world. The United States economy is so valuable because United States consumers have more disposable income than consumers around the rest of the world. By that I mean these companies that are producing goods and services, whether they're foreign companies or domestic companies, they want to have access to the United States market. Think of these foreign car companies, like, for example, Toyota, right? If Toyota loses access to the U.S. market, it's going to hurt their business, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to hurt their business a lot. Now, they may not lose access, but if their vehicles are being tariffed at 100%, 200%. And now all of a sudden there is a barrier, or there is an increased cost. There's an admission fee for Toyota to do business in the U.S. market. And the only way for Toyota to avoid that admission fee is to produce their vehicles here in the United States. Well, Toyota's likely going to open up a plant, and they've announced some investments here, and they'll start making vehicles in the United States so that they can access the U.S. market at a competitive price point, or else these domestic vehicle producers are going to have a leg up, right? You say, well, they're producing it in another country. There's not as many labor laws, et cetera, so they can bring the car in for cheaper. Well, not anymore. The tariffs level the playing field. And we have started to see this, the amount of money that is coming into this country, not just through tariffs, but other things, the side effects of the tariffs, right? You look at Saudi Arabia, you look at Australia, you look at Japan, you look at Singapore, you look at these deals that we've made with some of these other countries. All of a sudden, you find out that a European automaker is investing a few $1 trillion in the United States to open up a plant here, to produce some vehicles here so that they can sell those vehicles in the United States, avoid the tariff. You're putting Americans to work. People are now going to be earning better wages. The woman or the male the man or woman who may have had to resort to working 2 separate part-time jobs may be able to get a job in a factory, in a plant, earn an actual living wage. This is going to help the United States, and already it is. You're already seeing the positive impacts of Donald Trump's economic policies. The fact that GDP grew by 4.3% when it was only forecast to grow at about 3.3% is a huge, absolutely huge development. And it proves so many of the doubters, the panicans as they called them. I mean, here's what Donald Trump had to say yesterday. The financial news today was great. GDP up 4.2% as opposed to the predicted 2.5%. And this despite the downward pressure of the recent Democrat shutdown. But in the modern market, when you have good news, the market stays even or goes down because Wall Street's heads are wired differently than they used to be. In the old days, when there was good news, the market went up. Nowadays, when there's good news, the market goes down because everybody thinks that interest rates will be immediately lifted to take care of potential inflation. That means that essentially we can never have a great market again. Those markets from time to time when our nation was building up and becoming great. Strong markets, even phenomenal markets, don't cause inflation. Stupidity does. I want my new Fed chairman to lower interest rates if the market is doing well, not destroy the market for no reason whatsoever. I want to have a market that the likes of which we haven't had in many decades, a market that goes up on good news and down on bad news, the way it should be and the way it always was. Donald Trump also had more to say. GDP coming in at 4.3%, blowing past expectations of 3.2%. 60 of 61 Bloomberg economists got it wrong, but Trump and some other geniuses got it right. The success is due to good government and tariffs. Consumer spending is strong. Net exports are way up. Imports and trade deficits are way down. There is no inflation. Because of my tax bill, the great big beautiful bill, and tariffs, investment is setting records. The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead. You haven't seen anything yet. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. This is how you win midterms, guys. This is how you wind up winning elections. It's not something that's going to be overnight. We can't wave a magic wand to make all these problems go away. But if you think that trillions of dollars being invested into this country on, from foreign businesses, foreign countries and manufacturers and whatnot coming in here, investing that money in here, putting together plants, building plants, employing Americans, that is going to have an amazing impact on the American people, an amazing impact on the American economy. We've seen this happen in Trump's first term. And if we can see the fruits of that labor and the fruits of those moves start to bear themselves out in the middle of next year, don't be surprised if Republicans overperform in the midterms. We will be back to kick off the fourth and final hour on this Christmas Eve edition of Kayal and Company. It's Sean Farish and Brennan Farish here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Do not go anywhere. We're back after this. Oh, and if you want to say hi, 855-839-1210. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off the this holiday season.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you land. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in the 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Philly, real talk for a second, okay? Because between work and the kids, look, the house is like running on Wi-Fi, and when it's slow, there's chaos. That's why we switched to Verizon Fios, and honestly, I should have done it sooner. Right now, for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You bring your phone, you get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees, and then add Fios 300 megabits per second for just $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. And this is real, Philly. For a 100% fiber optic network, it is fast, it's reliable, it actually keeps up when everyone in the house is online at the same time. Visit your Greater Philadelphia Verizon store today and ask about this limited time Fios and mobile offer. Once you switch, you're going to wonder why you waited. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies for unlimited welcome. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
This season, everyone deserves a little more, and Mazda delivers with the extended driving range of the CX-50 Hybrid, so you can spend more time together. Standard all-wheel drive in every Mazda CUV, including the CX-5, and room to bring everyone with 3-row seating in the CX-90. Find more reasons to celebrate the season at the Mazda More to Move You sales event.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for financing as low as 0.9% APR for 72 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
.905 on this Wednesday morning. Merry Christmas Eve to you on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Sean and Brennan Farish taking you all the way up to 10 o'clock in the morning. Brennan making her radio debut today.
Yes, I am. Hello.
And she's doing a fantastic job, right? And where are we on the YouTube chat, huh? Where are you? Brennan is the queen of the chat on my show on LFA TV.
Hold on, I gotta refresh.
And yeah, you have to refresh the whole thing. Right now we're at 140. Okay, we're at 140. 140 likes on the YouTube page. We need to get to 200. If we can get to 200, you will see Santa Mo. How's that sound?
Oh, I like that.
Let's get to 200, and then you will see Santa Mo. Okay,
That's a good idea.
There you go. 7.
Have they ever seen Mo?
I think they've seen. Yeah, I've honked this one.
Okay.
Right. We've done that. We talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene and Kevin McCarthy. Okay. I think I brought that out. You know, I've brought out almost all the props. Okay. And Greg thinks it's the funniest thing in the world that I have props.
The Nancy teeth are my favorite.
Yeah, we got Nancy. I got Nancy Pelosi's teeth right here. Okay. And she, of course, is going to go off on her own. She won't stop. You know, Joy Reid's glasses, the Eclipse glasses. It's very cool. All right. Fourth and final hour. And, you know, you got Philadelphia as one of those sanctuary cities, right? I don't know who would want to find sanctuary in Philly, but, you know, somebody will. New York. I come from New York. New York. This is not what New Yorkers wanted. That's Andrew Cuomo, Handsy Andy. This is not what New Yorkers wanted. Nobody wanted to see people dying. We need a ventilator. We need more ventilators. Andrew Cuomo, one of the worst. And, of course, there's Mayor Gugu. Remember Mayor Gugu? We out here in the streets, illegal aliens in our city.
You can Google that.
You can Google that. Mayor Eric Adams. So you look at a place like, let's say, New York, because Pennsylvania isn't necessarily like a full-blown sanctuary state. At least I don't think it is, right? At least I don't know. But you have like New York, California, New Jersey, you know, places like that. And I could be wrong. Maybe Pennsylvania is a full-blown sanctuary state. I don't know. But New York is one of these states where, and I remember when this first started, the Green Light Act was one of these things. It was, and that was a Cuomo policy of giving illegal aliens or undocumented migrants. No, illegal aliens. You know, Andrew Wilkow brought up a great point. He generally does that. He's very, very smart. But I don't love this term undocumented immigrant. This is ridiculous, right? If you are, let's say you are driving your car, right? And you forgot your driver's license at home.
Uh-oh.
And you happen to get pulled over by a police officer, right? Are you driving without a license, or are you unable to provide proof that you have a license?
Both, I'd say.
Well, you're licensed to drive, right? So you're not necessarily, quote unquote, driving without a license. You're driving without the documentation that you have a license. You have a license, you just can't prove it. Okay? So you're not an undocumented driver. You just don't have the proof and the documentation that you legally have the right to drive the vehicle. However, if you are, bless you, if you are driving a vehicle and you don't have a driver's license at all, not that you forgot it at home, but you don't have one, okay? You are illegally driving that vehicle. You are illegally operating that motor vehicle. You're not an undocumented driver. You're illegally driving the car. These illegal aliens now in New York, and this is great, this is crazy. They were getting CDLs distributed to them, given to them. Some of them said no name given on the CDL. It's a piece of, your driver's license tells you who the driver is, what the driver looks like, it's photo ID. How the heck are you offering and giving a commercial driver's license to somebody who can't even provide their name? How is that possible? So Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, who I think is doing an awesome job, is starting to zero in on these states that are giving illegal aliens commercial driver's license. And unfortunately, the reason why he is zeroing in and focusing on this is because you've had illegal aliens with these CDLs. On Monday I played the video of that who Esti believed was an Uzbek, right? And his Uzbekistani illegal or immigrant in our country, couldn't speak English. Remember, where are you from? To Dallas.
Oh,
no, where are you from? Where do you live? Indiana. No, where do you live? New York. 3 different locations to the same question, right? And so that's the reason why we're talking about illegals with these CDLs is because they're killing people or coming close to killing people. That video we played back on Monday when Esty and I were doing the show, their tires flying down the road. That could, the wrong person get behind that car and that tire bouncing down the road, that'd go right through someone's windshield and give them a real bad day real fast. The reason why we have this crackdown is because it is a safety hazard, period. Safety hazard. Now in New York, before I started thinking about it being a safety hazard, and that was always on the forefront of my mind, selfishly, I said, you know what? We have enough traffic in New York. The last thing we need is a bunch of illegals on the road who shouldn't be here in the first place. But more important than that is people can get really hurt or killed, and we've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement, we love ICE. ICE, baby. Ding, 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 ding. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested more than 100 illegal alien truck drivers on California highways in Operation Highway Sentinel. Launched after a string of deadly crashes linked to commercial driver's licenses issued under Governor Gavin Newsom's policies. Federal authorities said the sweep was launched after multiple fatal crashes across several states involving illegal alien truck drivers licensed in California, underscoring growing concerns that the state's commercial licensing policies are putting motorists nationwide at risk. Here are some of the countries where these illegal aliens are from. India, Mexico, Colombia, Uzbekistan, as Esti mentioned. That was that driver potentially from Oklahoma. I don't know where he was from, but she believes...
He didn't know where he was from.
He didn't know where he was from, right? But she said that the accent sounded like Uzbek. I couldn't tell, but that was valuable insight. Ukraine, Nicaragua, Russia. You're coming in from Russia. Georgia, not the state. Or sometimes Georgia. There are definitely parts of the state of Georgia that feel like another country.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Wherever Marjorie Taylor Greene's from. Venezuela, El Salvador, and Honduras. Okay. If we know where they're from, it should be no trouble sending them back, right? Okay. You're from either Mexico, Colombia, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Nicaragua, Russia, Georgia, Venezuela, El Salvador, and Honduras. We could send you right back there. It's gone on for way too long. Most of these people shouldn't even be in the country. They're here illegally, much less driving a truck that weighs 35,000 pounds. Imagine pushing Chris Christie around, 35,000 pounds, and you don't have the capability to do it safely. That's a problem.
Is there a shortage of American truck drivers?
There has been.
So they're not skipping over
Americans. In a way, in a way they are too. Yes,
Okay.
There's both. Both are true. There's a shortage of truck drivers. I hear the commercials all the time. You could because it's not an easy job.
Right.
And then during the COVID era, there were vaccine requirements for some of these big companies that people didn't want to do. But there also is a lot of, like you see in the construction industry, you get these illegals. You have to understand, they can't demand higher wages for themselves because the laws that protect American workers or legal residents here in the country don't protect the illegals because they're not supposed to be here. What is an illegal alien going to do? If, illegal alien A says, I'm not getting paid enough by this trucking company, what are they going to go to court? No, because then they're going to reveal that they're in the country illegally.
Right.
So they trade off. They say, all right, well, I'll take, a 40% pay cut off of what a normal American would make. So the company now is saving 40% on wages. And for the most part, the job is still getting done. So they're saving money. So it's nasty all around, but it's hurting people. It's killing people. Yeah. It's killing people. It's killing people, right? ICE representatives are not shy about pointing out the obvious in the California operation. Gavin Newsom's sanctuary state policies are costing American lives. ICE Deputy Director Madison Sheehan said his government knowingly issued thousands of CDLs to illegal aliens who had no business driving at all, let alone behind the wheel of a massive semi-truck. These drivers get their licenses, leave California, and then terrorize roads all over the country. ICE is stepping in where his state failed, just like our operations in Oklahoma and Indiana. We are taking these dangerous illegal alien truckers off the roads and making California streets safe again. It's not even so much about the fact that these are like illegal. They're not supposed to be here in the first place, but it's the lack of English. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, if you have an illegal alien, let's say from Australia, okay, but they know English,
right?
Okay, I still don't want them in the country, and I still don't want them taking a job away from an American truck driver. But at least if you have an illegal alien, they can at least know what the road sign says,
right?
When you're dealing with, and again, I'm not trying to overgeneralize and say that all of these illegals, none of them know English. But when you're dealing with, let's just think about this. Mexico, Colombia, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Nicaragua, Russia, Georgia, Venezuela, El Salvador, and Honduras. None of those countries, none of them are English-speaking countries or English as the primary language speaking countries. That's not to say that there are people who don't speak that there aren't people who speak English there, or that English isn't spoken there, but it is not their primary language. Mm-hmm. In Ukraine, Ukrainian is the primary language. In Russia, Russian is the primary language. In Nicaragua, Mexico, Colombia, it's some version of Spanish with different dialects. In Venezuela, these are countries that English is not the first language. Australia, if you wind up with an illegal alien from Australia who's driving trucks, at least English is the first language, the primary language spoken in Australia. I'm not saying I want any of it. I'm saying, you heard that list? There's a very high chance that the illegals that come from those countries don't speak this language proficiently enough to have a CDL. That's my point. That's my point. And that's where the danger comes into play. That's where the danger comes into play. If you can't communicate with police officers, if you can't understand English, how on earth do you know? And can you comprehend what different road signs mean? If you have a flashing, one of those road work ahead, reduce speed. If you don't know English, you don't know what reduce speed means. You might not reduce your speed. With a truck that's going 70 plus miles an hour, 35,000 pounds, if you don't reduce that speed ahead of a congested area, you're going to hurt people or kill people. And that's the biggest problem I have. That's the biggest problem I have. It's not even so much that they're illegally present in the United States, which I don't like. It's the fact that they're driving this massive piece of machinery that could do an unbelievable amount of damage and kill people. And it has. And they're giving them CDLs. Well, we're a nation of immigrants. And there's a federal requirement that you have to pass an English proficiency exam, and they're not. It's clear. And it's a major problem. We're going to have more on the illegal alien issues going on in our country, sanctuary cities. And this goes to the larger crime conversation as well when we come back. It's Sean Farish and Brennan Farish. He's here making a radio debut on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's unbelievable. I'm sorry. We'll be right back after this. That was like a fake out. Oh, my bad. That's my bad. Go ahead. We'll be back after this.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? Riverwinds Restaurant in West Deptford has you covered. From weddings and anniversaries to corporate banquets and holiday parties, their stunning riverfront views, elegant event rooms, and award-winning cuisine make every occasion unforgettable. And the team at Riverwinds takes care of every detail so you can relax and celebrate. Large or small, formal or casual, there's no better backdrop than Riverwinds. Book your banquet today at 856-579-7900.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we send kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our sea service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$9:23. Merry Christmas Eve to you. Sean Farish and Brendan Farish here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, taking you all the way up till 10 o'clock Eastern Time.
Howdy, howdy.
We got Phil Almquist, by the way, coming up with This Day in Music History in about 20, 30 minutes or so. Phil, very happy with the Islanders' performance yesterday. Beat the New Jersey Devils. That's right. Beat the New Jersey Devils, and obviously very happy about that. This portion of the show brought to you by the Jug Handle Inn. It is Finger Frenzy Wednesday at the Jug Handle Inn from 7 to 10 p.m. Get half-price baskets of chicken fingers and fries at the Jug. Brendan's already hopping a flight to Philly.
I'm on my way.
She's going up. She's going to hop a flight to get up there. And
my stomach is growling.
It's
There's a little rumbly.
Roar. It's growling.
In my
there it is. All right. So here we go. We are talking about the situation on the roads, illegal aliens driving trucks getting CDLs. We do have a caller waiting on the line. Jim from Wilmington. What's going on, Jim?
Hey, Sean. Happy Christmas and New Year also.
Thank you so much, Jim. Appreciate it. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was wondering if you heard about Mercedes settling the lawsuit where they did the same thing that Volkswagen did with doctoring the software so that they could pass emission tests in the United States.
No, I did not hear about that. I had heard nothing about that. That's interesting. So what they were
out.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It just came out. I heard it on. I get the days all mixed up. The day before yesterday.
Okay.
And they said that they settled with the government, and in Delaware, they did it for many years. There's like 1,000 Mercedes. I didn't think we had 1,000 cars in Delaware, but anyway, and we're getting like $3 million.
Wow,
big deal. But the thing, my point, the same point that I had like when Volkswagen did it, is that they were making their cars more affordable, and cars were not being made in the United States because they weren't as competitive because of emission standards.
Right. No, it's one of those barriers to sales. And I just pulled this up, by the way, Jim. Yeah, December 22nd, Mercedes-Benz agrees to pay nearly $150 million to settle multi-state emissions allegations. Mercedes-Benz and parent company Daimler AG have agreed to pay $149.6 million to settle allegations that the automaker secretly installed devices in hundreds of thousands of vehicles to pass emissions tests, a coalition of attorneys general announced on Monday. Between 2008 and 2016, the German automaker equipped more than 211,000 diesel passenger cars and vans with software devices that optimized emission controls during tests, but reduced the controls during normal operations. The devices enabled vehicles to far exceed legal limits on nitrogen oxides, a pollutant that can cause respiratory illnesses and contributes to smog. Very interesting. And so what you're saying is they put those, they basically fraudulently did this to avoid having to make a vehicle that's more costly, right, to meet those standards? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And the government spokesman came out and said that, this wasn't like a mistake or, a technical issue. It was just an out-and-out lie, that, what they did. And we didn't punish Volkswagen. Why is it German companies, with all their green climate crap,
Good point.
and
good point.
Plus the American jobs, and I'm not an auto worker or anything like that, but I mean, American jobs that weren't made because it costs more money to make cars more efficient and less pollutive, and they were getting away with not doing it.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, and it's one of those, again, it's like those rules for thee, not for me. But this is great. I didn't hear about this. This is interesting. So I want to say, Jim, thank you for bringing that to my attention, to our attention here, and I hope you have a very Merry Christmas, a very Happy New Year, and thank you so much for the call. We hope to speak to you again soon. All right, ma'am.
Thank you. I apologize for the cold of the voice.
No, you're the best. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
All right, thanks, Jim. Interesting. So you have these German, European cars. They're all about Green New Deal out there, right? They're all about emissions, and they're cheating.
Yep.
They're cheating on it, and they did so to avoid having to spend more producing these U.S. cars to meet those standards, and again to enter the U.S. market at a more attractive price point. And all the time with these, and it's funny because the left, I bet you they take a victory lap on this too. Bernie Sanders will come out. These are greedy corporations. Our. That's one of my favorite words to say is Bernie Sanders is our. Mm-hmm. Our. Because it's
oligarchy's a good one.
It's oligarchy. We will, from 30,000 feet, we will fight the oligarchy with that dope known as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Our system is broken. $15 an hour. Remember that? throwback to $15 an hour. We're way past that. We're way past that. Let's go to Ed in Delran waiting on the line. What's up, Ed?
Hey, I want to cherish Sean Farish because he don't want this country to perish. And I want to say,
I love it.
Hey, and I want to say Merry Christmas to you and your family. And I want to say happy, healthy, prosperous, blessed New Year without fear because you're my cup of cheer.
Ed, you are the man. You know I'm a sucker for a good rhyme. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them Sam I am. I do not like them Lindsey Graham. Think about it. Right?
Hey,
We'll do a tremendous...
I'm like on the loose. I'm on the loose like Dr. Seuss and the papoose and the moose.
Always a good time when you call, Ed. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you as well. And bless you, my friend. I appreciate you.
You're an awesome guy.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. Ed from Delran. He calls the station a lot.
That's so cute.
He's great.
That
He's
was
great.
so
he's
adorable.
always lively when he calls. He's great.
Yeah, that was fun.
I think what was that? I'm sorry. Got it. And we also have another caller now, Tom from Medford. Tom from Medford. What's up, Tom?
Hey, good morning and Merry Christmas to both of you.
Merry Christmas, Tom. How are you?
Good. I don't know how to follow the president and Ed and Bernie Sanders, but here's the thing about the commercial driver's licenses. When I was a kid, I was a volunteer fireman, and I've been out on the road with the fire trucks and the ambulances when gasoline tankers were involved in accidents. There were also trucks carrying propane, jet diesel fuel, heating oil, all kinds of terrible, dangerous, hazardous materials go up and down your highways in your town, and you don't even know it. And if the driver of that vehicle can't even read a road sign and he or she crashes, you're not only putting them at risk, you're putting the community at risk, you're putting your police, fire, and EMS at risk, and all because somebody has a piece of plastic that says no name given.
Yeah.
The governor, the state officials who do this, they would make me go to school for 40 hours to learn how to safely drive a truck full of water.
Correct.
But these people,
think about that.
So these state officials belong in prison. That's where they belong.
I agree.
Because they put
They should be held accountable.
They put everybody at risk.
Absolutely. And their job is, to do what's in their power to keep their constituents safe, and they're literally doing the opposite. I mean, you talk about an oil tanker, right? I mean, that's essentially a bomb, driving at
7,000.
And just imagine this. Imagine
7,000 gallons of gasoline.
7,000 gallons of gasoline. But imagine you get one of these refugees, right, from Pakistan, Afghanistan, maybe one of these death to America countries that gets their hands on a truck like that. Think of the damage that a terrorist can do driving a truck like that down the streets of, I don't know, Philly, New York City.
No, Lincoln Tunnel.
But a tunnel, right?
Lincoln Tunnel.
We're playing with fire here. And these people don't care. You're right. They should be prosecuted. And they should be thrown in jail. And you know what it is? Tom? Without consequences, it's not going to stop. I just don't know who's going to bring the consequences.
And if Mrs. Harris were your president right now, you wouldn't know about any of this.
That's very true. Right? That's 100% true. So we did dodge a bullet there, and we're thankful, obviously, for the election win. But Tom, thank you so much for the call. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. All right? Thank you so much. Great points.
Take care.
Thank you, Tom in Medford. It's a great point. He's saying, and he's right, to drive a truck full of water, he's got to take a 40-hour class and all sorts of these things. Meanwhile, you can show up to a DMV in New York under the leadership of the bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo, Kathy Hochul. And you can give them no name given. You could not provide a name. Part of the reason why you have a driver's license is to prove that you, whoever you say you are, Brennan Farish, Sean Farish, whoever it is a licensed and legal driver on the road. How does no name given prove anything? We have to go. We changed Brennan's driver's license information on it, the address and the picture and all that. We had to show up with stuff.
Everything.
The former license, the registration, the birth certificate, all this stuff. When we moved to Tennessee and I got my new Tennessee driver's license and registered the car, birth certificate, registration, social security number, other forms of ID, proof of residence. You got in New York, you have no name given. You can't even provide your name. But you're gonna sit behind the wheel of a semi or an oil tanker. And like I said, and I'm not trying to fearmonger here, but it's a valid concern. Yeah. Think of the damage. 7,000, as Tom said, 7,000 gallons of gasoline. Think of the damage that can do in the wrong hands, not incompetent hands.
Right.
That's bad enough. Somebody who wants to do damage.
Don't give them ideas.
Don't give them ideas. It's a good point. I'm sure they've thought about that. Yeah, right. But, no, you're right. Scary.
It is.
It's really scary. What else is kind of scary? And we'll play this quick. Is this illegal alien in a sanctuary city was, of course, released and then murdered somebody the very next day. Take a look at this clip. This is the illegal alien from Sanctuary City. Let's roll this clip.
Immigrant, 23-year-old man, Marvin Morales Ortez. This one's from El Salvador. He was in custody on a Tuesday of malicious wounding and brandishing firearms, but then local police released him. There he is, young man. The next day, on Wednesday, there's a murder scene, and they arrest him again. He's got a lengthy record, Todd, at least 7 crimes he's accused of. And then he's released within hours before, officials say that he got up into a mess again. This is the quote from the Fairfax County Sheriff's Office. This is what they're telling us. In this instance, ICE was aware of Morales Ortez's incarceration and elected not to seek a judicial warrant to ensure that he remained in custody accordingly and consistent with our policies and the law. Once the court issued an order dismissing the cases, Mr. Morales Ortez was released. I mean, it sounds like they're throwing this back on you guys, on ICE.
Yeah, and the whole problem is, Aisha, unfortunately, they don't understand immigration law, right? We don't need a judicial warrant. Our ICE detainer is just enough for them to hold him and turn him over to us. But instead, they want to go ahead and lead in the sign of sanctuary policies, and now he allegedly committed another murder. So we have this individual. They already arrested him for brandishing a firearm. So he was already arrested for aggravated assault. So why they would want to release him anyways with no bond or no restrictions is just ridiculous. And then he's found at another murder scene the next day. Actually, that day, the clinicians at Fairfax County deemed him a public safety risk, and they were out looking for him because they realized that was a mistake to release him. Had they done that, he would have already been in ICE custody had they turned him over. So instead, here we have another instance of an American losing their lives.
That's enough of him. We get the point here is that they had this guy in custody. He was clearly a problem. I think she said 7 prior crimes, and they let him out. And now it's alleged that he murdered somebody. Look, it's not about where you're from, what your name is, if you're here illegally or what. It is about if you're here illegally, right? It's about safety. How many more? That's my question. How many more? How much until it's enough is enough time for these people on the left and even in the middle? Oh, ICE is brutal. They're throwing these people in the trucks like sacks of potatoes, and it's, due process, and don't you feel bad? They're here for a better life. Nope. Because there are too many stories like that. And it's not just about the illegal. In this case, it is. But we see this with legal citizens and residents here in the United States, too. Rap sheets a mile long. The guy, DeCarlos Brown Jr., who stabbed Irna Zarutska on the light rail in Charlotte, had on a rap sheet a mile and a half long. And he's not the only one. We see this all the time. And that's why I don't like to call it soft on crime policy. It is pro-crime policies. These policies encourage crime, and it's disgusting. We'll be back with more to wrap up this Christmas Eve edition of Kayal and Company. Sean Farish and Brennan Farish hanging out with you until 10 o'clock on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere. This day in music history coming up on the other side of the break with the great Phil Almquist. I can't wait for that. And we'll wrap up this fourth and final hour of this Christmas Eve.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
It's Happy Honda Days at Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, where the savings are as bright as the season. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Honda HR-V Sport all-wheel drive for just $279 a month, the 2026 Honda Civic Sedan Hybrid Sport Touring for $309 a month, or the 2026 Honda CR-V LX all-wheel drive for $329 a month. Drive into the holidays in style, only at Scott Honda. It's always smooth sailing at Scott. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
There was a time I didn't think I'd make it out. Every day was about survival. But the day I was ready to get help for my addiction, everything changed. I found recovery. I found purpose. If you're at the edge, I've been there. And there's hope on the other side. Get help now.
Get Help Now is Pennsylvania's free 24/7 helpline for drug and alcohol recovery support. Visit pa.gov/gethelp or call 1-800-662-HELP to get started. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$9:43 a.m. on this Christmas Eve edition of Kayal and Company. Sean Farish and Brennan Farish are with you here until 10 a.m. This day in music history coming up in about 7 or so minutes. Very exciting. I always love those segments. It's interesting to hear like what happened this day in the history of music. I like music. It's I feel like the quality, and Phil would probably agree, the quality of music has started to decrease as time has gone on. I feel like it all starting to sound the same, but maybe that's just me getting old. I feel like that's what a lot of people used to tell me about. All country music sounds the same. I was like, no, it doesn't. But now I think it does. So I don't know. We'll see. We were talking about these illegal aliens and that sanctuary city that released an illegal alien and then was found at the scene of a murder the very next day. It kind of goes in tandem with a story that's been floating around. We touched on it yesterday a little bit. We'll touch on it a little bit now again. This Judge Boasberg that has been a thorn in the side of the administration, not just because of rulings and injunctions and whatnot, but he's really doing things here that are very, very dangerous. Judge Boasberg is demanding now that Venezuelan nationals who were deported because they were identified as members of Tren de Aragua, right? Tren de Aragua, and removed from the United States to El Salvador in March pursuant to a proclamation signed by President Trump, which invoked the Alien Enemies Act. He's ruling that the plaintiffs, so the Venezuelan gang members and thugs, he granted them their judgment that they have to be brought back into the country. They have to be brought back into the United States and they now apparently have the right to appeal their deportation. Tren de Aragua. This is not like, some family that was scooped up in a raid somewhere, never did anything wrong, tug at the heartstrings. This is Tren de Aragua. Are you kidding me? Like, is this some sort of sick joke? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Boasberg agreed with the plaintiffs here that their constitutional rights to due process were violated. They're terrorists. They're designated foreign terrorists. Boasberg determines that he has subject matter jurisdiction over the case because the United States maintained constructive custody of the plaintiffs while they were held at CCOT, and thus, that's in El Salvador, and thus at the time they filed their amendment complaint. Plaintiffs' claims are not moot, even though they are now back in their home country, because even though they are no longer detained, they remain subject to other consequences from being designated as Tren de Aragua members, including being barred from entry into the United States, being barred from residing in the United States, and being subject to property seizure and forfeiture. Boasberg sums up his decisions with the following. The merits of the plaintiff's due process claim are easily resolved. Even if the Alien Enemies Act was properly invoked as a general matter, it is beyond cavil that designated alien enemies under the act must be afforded some process to contest their designation. Plaintiffs received none. They were not told of their designation or informed that they could challenge it before being loaded onto planes and then shipped out of the United States mere hours after Proclamation 10903 was made public. So, what could possibly go wrong here? You're just going to bring back Tren de Aragua gang members. And I'll tell you how this is going to play out. Because it's how it always plays out. James Boasberg, Judge Boasberg, is saying bring them back into the country. Okay? What happens when they get here? What happens when they get here?
They should live at the judge's house.
I agree. They should go live with Judge Boasberg. No, not in my backyard. Yes, in your backyard. You are the one who wants them back here so much. Why don't they come live with you? What's the matter? You scared? You afraid of what those men are capable of? What's the matter? You know what's going to go on when they come here. They're not going to stay with the judge, obviously. They're going to wind up going to a sanctuary city. That's why we did that story last segment and talked about it. And the sanctuary city is going to mysteriously allow these people to disappear. They're going to skip a court date. They don't want due process. They just want the ability to come back in here and disappear and commit more crime. That's what's going to happen. These illegal alien gang members who, the left wants you to believe, well, that's not so bad. Even, remember the catcher's mitt, talking catcher's mitt, Martha Raddatz. Well, it's only been a handful of apartment complexes that have been taken over by Tren de Aragua. Only a handful. One is too many. They're going to come back into the country. They're going to wind up in a sanctuary city. They're going to wind up being released. Oh, no, they're not a flight risk. No, they're not a threat to the community. They're Tren de Aragua thugs. And this is going to wind up, it's going to take a long time. And they will be back in this country, dangerous individuals back in this country, most likely committing more violent crime. Doesn't hurt the judge, right? The judge doesn't have to deal with it. Judge isn't going to be the one, you would think, having to deal with his vehicles being stolen, his family members being raped. Who cares? Judge Boasberg doesn't care. He goes to work every day, bangs his gavel, he goes home, it's fine. You want to bring, this is where the left is right now and these activist judges. And something legally needs to happen to these judges that are either releasing these illegal aliens into into communities that are committing crime, or now are arguing for they're out of the country. They can't hurt anybody right now. Those Tren de Aragua gang members who are sitting in Venezuela, they cannot hurt anybody right now because they're not in our country. And Judge Boasberg wants to change that. It's just so sick. Like, how do they sleep at night? Well, they sleep comfortably at night because they feel like they're never going to have to face the repercussions and the consequences for these actions. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. All right, it is that time of the morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to hear from the great, my brother in suffering, my fellow Jet fan.
Yes, that's me.
Phil Almquist. That's right. It is time to hear from my brother in suffering, Phil Almquist, my fellow New York Jets brother. And by the way, New York Islanders fan, we won yesterday.
We did.
That's right.
Beat the Devils.
Little early Christmas present. It is time for this day in music history. Go ahead, Phil.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, December 24th, we celebrate the heavenly birthday of Lemmy from Motorhead, born 80 years ago today. We also lost Rick Parfitt from Status Quo in 2016, Ray Collins from Mothers of Invention in 2012, and Nick Massey from the Four Seasons in 2000. Sixacoon No Presents for Christmas by King Diamond in 85, and the one that sang the blues by Motorhead in 90. Also in 94, Vitalogy by Pearl Jam was topped the album chart. In 88, Nirvana began recording their album Bleach. In 65, the Beatles had the #1 album in the U.S. for the third Christmas in a row. In 72, at a Man for Man show in Miami, police responded to noise complaints and cut the power during the encore. In 71, the New York Dolls made their live debut, and in 83, 38 Special would top the mainstream rock chart with If I'd Be the One. But lastly, on this day in 1818, going way back, a church choir in Austria introduced a new Christmas song for their midnight mass, better known as Silent Night. Merry Christmas, everyone. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Phil. Merry Christmas to you as well. And by the way, Vitalogy from Pearl Jam is a phenomenal album. But I'm going to say this. 10 is probably their best one, wouldn't you say? You think that's their best album?
Absolutely.
I mean, come on. It's like every song on there is just a banger. Every single one. It's a good one. It's a good one. And yesterday, was that Eddie Vedder's birthday yesterday? Was that what you said?
Yesterday, yes, it was.
Yesterday was Eddie Vedder's birthday, yeah. All right.
So, not only Motorhead, you'll hear some Pearl Jam on Saturday. So that's for sure.
There you go. Thank you, Phil.
You're welcome.
And maybe we'll get a couple more Jets losses this weekend.
We definitely will. That's for sure.
More.
I guarantee you.
That's it.
Okay, bye.
Excellent. Thank you, Phil. Merry Christmas to the great Phil Almquist. Hey, I want to touch on this real funny kind of story before we bounce for the day. Patriots of the Caribbean. Patriots of the Caribbean.
Oh, that's
wow.
a mouthful.
Patriots of the Caribbean. Senator Mike Lee of Utah authorizes American privateers. There's a bill. Authorizes American privateers to seize cartel assets with the president's approval. Could you believe this? This is cool. This is a little old, but I saw this on Citizen Free Press yesterday. U.S. Senator Mike Lee introduced legislation on December 18th that would allow private entities to stop drug cartel smuggling and violence. The Cartel Mark and Reprisal Authorization Act authorizes President Trump, as provided under the Constitution, to commission American operators under letters of marque to seize cartel property and persons on land or sea. Representative Tim Burchett, we love Tim Burchett, don't we? Introduced the House version of the legislation. He probably said, I want to be a daggone pirate. I love Tim Burchett. Quote, the Constitution provides for letters of marque and reprisal as a tool against the enemies of the United States, said Senator Mike Lee. Cartels have replaced corsairs in the modern era, but we can still give private American citizens and their businesses a stake in the fight against these murderous foreign criminals. The Cartel Mark and Reprisal Authorization Act will revive this historic practice to defend our shores and seize cartel aspects. Quote, they push millions of dollars in fentanyl into our country with no regard for American lives, said Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett. It's time to get creative about how we face these threats. These cartels present a serious risk to our national security, and this bill would authorize President Trump to commission Americans to help defend our homeland. Could you imagine private American companies, fishermen, et cetera, like the show Deadliest Catch, all of a sudden catching drug runners? because they've been privateered. They've become like almost deputized to do that. I would immediately join a fishing vessel and
No.
Yeah, but I want to do that. Just give me about like 2 weeks of swashbuckling. I just need a little swashbuckling.
Only if you sing the sea shanties.
I will the whole time. I will. There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Billy O.T. Right? Santillana gained a day away, Santillana. There it is. Napoleon of the West, they say, along the plains of Mexico. Come on, guys. If you don't know sea shanties, you're out of you're out of your league. By the way, YouTube chat, where are we? To the queen of the YouTube chat. Let's see. Did we get over 200 yet?
We are at
or
212.
All right. Can I have Santa Mo, please? We're gonna What's that? All right. Sounds good. Here is Mo right there. Little Mo. We got him, Santa Mo. And I just want to let you know that this final hour of this edition of Kayal and Company is brought to you by the Jug Handle Inn. It's Finger Frenzy Wednesday at the Jug Handle Inn from 7 to 10 p.m. Get half-price baskets of chicken fingers and fries at the Jug. That's Jug Handle Inn. We appreciate Jug Handle Inn for being a part of the show. Brennan, did you enjoy your first day ever on live radio?
I did.
And I hope everybody else enjoyed it as well. It's a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
It's just chit-chatting with my husband.
That's it. We're hanging out. It is Christmas Eve. We've got some really fun plans for Christmas here in Tennessee. It's going to be warm here.
Yes, actually, I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, the weather is going to be nice and warm.
Yes.
It's easier for our garage workouts as well. I don't go in there freezing, laying on that cold, hard ground, freezing. It gets really cold. But Brennan, thanks for joining, and I hope you had a good time.
Thank you for having me.
There you go. And we will do that again soon. Maybe it was next week. I'll be on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week as well, heading into 2026. It is hard to believe that 2026 is a week away. How crazy is that?
Crazy. This year has gone by so fast.
All right. Well, thank you to everybody here who watched and listened. Appreciate it. We love the 1210 family. You guys and gals are great. Thank you to Phil and Sean out there running things behind the scenes, keeping this thing in the air. And we will be back. I'll be back, and Brennan will most likely be back as well next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Have a very Merry Christmas. We'll talk to you next week.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland.